Theoretically, that keeps us up to date, so we can jump into toll lists today. We don't necessarily have to leave that drop point behind, but theoretically, we are at a present day and a new day for you guys to go on investigating. But that is essentially like one of those things where you guys have that potential area to delve into as well. So, what thoughts have the two of you when you are preparing to start this new day? What is ideal and kind of like top of your interest list? If you don't in particular have something in mind, there will be a point where you will encounter Neferndel during kind of like this Sunday, maybe when everybody kind of gets together. You find part of the guild sort of meeting up at the Goblin Safe House, and towards kind of like the afternoon, maybe around kind of high sun, you see as she's like walking back through the streets, and you can kind of like pick up like Neferndel's like heading back from Danbury's and basically finishing a shift at the magical shop, and kind of returning to her own home. You see as she kind of glances around, like kind of nods to whoever she might kind of see, but eventually kind of like goes to her house, dips into an alley, and kind of like circles back around, and she'll come back like almost coming up alongside the kind of like just coming up from the side of the house and dipping like between the two houses and then like up onto the porch and inside. But she kind of comes roundabout, and she basically, for what it's worth, sneaks into the goblin hide, and comes to join you all there, where she would find you all potentially just kind of around, either fixing things. Uh, Hello. It's good to see you all. How have things been?
I'd say overall they're doing pretty good. Glad to see you. Glad to see you safe.
Everything seems to be going well. I assume our past tales have kept things secret enough, and we're still working as normal. I had hoped that perhaps, well, I had heard that there's somebody with a power the brothers want, and I was curious. I didn't know whether I should nominate you all, and maybe we all show our loyalty by going and taking this person and bringing them to the brothers, or if we wanted to go and see if we could steal them away and keep the brothers from getting a hold of them. I think that we could do either. But I'm curious. I didn't know which was the best choice. I heard about it this last Thursday. So it was some days. I hope they're still where and what I heard, the information's still good. But I've been lost in what the proper decision is.
You didn't hear anything specific about this power. Just
Only the person who it is, Tavin Zith, he seems to have come on some item or some power, some force that the brothers would like. I think opposed to some of the other groups getting a hold of it. But in the end, cultists have this person now. They seem to be locked away safely. And I was hoping we could either steal them for the brothers or to prevent the cultists entirely from having them.
Well, and Dalton will kind of like rise from, maybe he was like kind of repairing a loose board or something like that, and certainly sounds more interesting than what I had planned today. Uh, Not sure I can say which would be the better course myself, but perhaps we see just what this fellow stumbled upon and make our decision on the fly, as it were.
I mean, if there's one thing you can say about old Jinx, it's that I do love my options. So having a mission and multiple ways that we could choose to execute it is rather appealing. And I'm curious myself.
I didn't even think about it that way. But do you two, it, we would already have taken them when we would then give them over to the brothers. Is that what you're thinking? I was thinking to like nominate it as a test for you, and then they would send us later. But we could keep the options open and go after Tavin immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the subject, it gives us then the choice to either turn them in and show what we've found in favor of the cult, a sort of a preemptive mission, or should we choose to help protect this person, or who knows, keep the item for ourselves?
Given our past interactions with the Brotherhood, I suppose we've probably garnered a bit of a reputation for being rather unconventional already, so perhaps it wouldn't be entirely
If
keeping
it's
out of
not broke,
character.
don't change it.
Well, it wouldn't be entirely keeping out of character if we get our hands on this fellow and decide afterwards that we do want to hand him over to the Brotherhood. Just perhaps we heard about it, and rather asking than permission, we took it upon ourselves. I think we could sell that story.
You see, is like Neferndella, she like says it's not broke, don't fix it. She was like totally thinking she was gonna finish your sentence and gets kind of like down a little bit, like when it kind of like is the same gist, but not quite there. But you can definitely see she's open to this idea. You guys can go in and make the decision once you have more information. I think this should work. I just have a location in the South Market where I believe he's being held, and just some of the information they've kind of shared while in Danbury's.
And this is a sort of a rival cult that currently has them, so we don't need any feel bads or anything about should any of them be injured.
Indeed, it's one of the cults who seems to have located themselves, yes, in the South Market, and they um, speak as if they already have him. So I think it's safe to understand, yes.
Sounds sounds good to me. Though I suppose perhaps you should know, Neferndel. We have learned that some of the, at least a couple of the cults, might be working together, or pretending to. And he'll kind of, I don't think he he probably had Dalton probably hasn't tried to like garner more information from the vellum, the the top, the sheet of vellum that he took. Probably hasn't had time yet, but he got that little bit of information about the Black Hand, I think. So we'll just kind of share what little he's gleaned from that so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's really going to be something that there's more information to grab from that, just because it is like a rubbing. But yeah, you definitely have a solid indication that the Brotherhood of Venom and I think you guys at very least can recognize, having dealt with them, that not only does the cult of the Ebon Hand still exist, but it seems like the Brotherhood of Venom is working with them. And that's the general kind of like gist that I feel like is important to kind of feel out there, is like that there's almost like a uh unkillable sense to like how these cults rise, because I definitely feel like you guys, the last thing you did was raid. Actually, I guess that would have been Gale and Seraph, I think, who raided the cult of the Ebon Hand.
Yeah, that's right.
So, sorry. Where did you say they were? This fellow Tavin was being held again?
I just have a few streets and a entryway that should get us in. So I just kind of have some of that information.
Oh, that should suffice for a start.
And I mean, we presume that they only have one prisoner currently, so we should be able to identify them. But you didn't hear anything about their race or sex or anything like that that we could identify them with by chance?
Ooh, with the information that I got, I don't believe so. Um, I have a sneaking suspicion what it might mean, but I I understand Tavin Zith is unapologetically gifted by the Chaos Gods, and it should be quite obvious when we see someone who's so well gifted.
I'm sure we'll know him when we see him.
So we're going to be looking for Child's Eye Street in the South Market. And then I understand a few of the kind of details that we'll kind of go to in a specific alley that we can get into the Undercroft. And it should be able to take us to the right place and to Tavern. So I think when you guys are ready, we should be able to head over into the South Market, and um, head that direction.
Well,
Uh,
no
would
time like
would either of you like to roll a history check to see if you have any understanding of Child's Eye Street?
sure. It would be a 16 for Dalton.
Do you have any interest in Jinx? Are you going to roll?
Oh, you want both of us? Yeah, I'll do one.
Oh, it's purely up to you if you want to. If you don't want to have any knowledge of, gotcha. So I would say You certainly understand, like kind of the gist of the South Market. It is a lot of kind of like nicer, finished kind of sort of items. A lot of these things, like as opposed to the North Market, that's a lot of like fresh produce and fresh like goods. This is often stuff that is like almost like manufactured goods, and it's things at the end of that like process, so it's often things that are, really fine, like bolts of fabric. Like this is where you could go to get like silk, or you could go to get like fine aged oak to build furniture, or that you could go to get that actual furniture already finished. It's very much like the different kind of manufacturing. It's not like a storage and like warehouse district like the Midtown is, nor is it again like filled with like temporary carts and a lot of like fresh like foods like the North Market. But specifically, you would know that Child's Eye is off of basically Center Street and Bladesburn Street. So the Dalengard, like the old castle, is on the kind of like north end of Bladeburn Street, and that's like runs right through the O and the U of South in this map here. But Bladeburn Street kind of runs down, crosses Center Street, and you see Center Street cuts through those two circles, like the six starred or the six pointed circle on the center left, and then like it's like a two like hemisphere buildings like cut through Center Street to the right of where it says South Market. Child's Eye Street is off of that on the uh southern middle of this map. And it catches your memory enough to recognize that there is one building of real prominence on Child's Eye Street. And I think this will pique your interest enough to know that this is an asylum for the insane. And it is called um, Madoff's Asylum.
Gotcha. Zoltan will share kind of what he recalls about that. Does he know whether is the asylum still, as far as he knows, in use, operational?
I'd say at that point you don't really know. Perhaps the asylum just doesn't really come up like a lot. It's just one of those things that I'd say, maybe as a kid it was like one of those places where you would go to for like a super crazy adventurous day with your friends. But it's more something that you know of just in passing than perhaps know whether it's actually in use or not. Um, but that doesn't tell you whether it's closed or still running. I think it's always provided an important use to the city. You just may not necessarily know that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, like maybe maybe he's had a friend or two, like, talking about like sneaking in at night or something like that, but he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have any firsthand knowledge.
So are we getting the impression that this is like the cult hangout is the asylum and that's where this person's being held? Or is this just like another notable thing on the same street?
I suppose a
Uh,
chaos cult could do worse for neighbors than an insane asylum. Seems to fit.
yeah, I'd say it's just as much the potential that you recognized it as this is just where a chaos cult might be next to, as you also recognize the suspicious nature of cults talking about somebody who's being held and the asylum is right there. The potential that you're breaking into the asylum is at least a potential familiarity there.
Okay, I got you. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, imagine if you wanted to keep somebody kind of out of sight, uh, out of mind. Sane Asylum would probably be a pretty good place to do it.
Sure, good place to dispose of the victims once you're finished doing whatever kind of tests or whatever it is on them. I'm rather curious what type of chaos tech or whatever these cults are so interested in, assuming that that's what this is all about.
Should we head out, the three of us? Do you care? Should we bring anyone else's aid?
Oh, so what? Do we want to bring an NPC with us?
Yeah, like theoretically, Neferndel is one of your sidekicks, but would you guys like to bring another sidekick?
I mean, I'm always down to have Terry around. He's fun.
Is Terry one of the lizard men, or is he the
Harry's a
Uh,
little goblin, rocking out all of the plate mail. Bit of a fighter. I'm a pretty strong fighter. A little short.
well, assuming the cult's not going to be wanting to hand over their prize voluntarily, so having a bit of backup couldn't help or couldn't hurt.
don't let Terry downplay it at all. From what I've heard from Seraph, when they broke into Helmuth and saved the child, he critted on Helmuth and nearly slayed him in a single blow.
Easier to hit the dangly bits when you're lower to the ground.
Dalton kind of raises eyebrows and give a nod, a little more impressed, and well, that seals it then. I think.
All right, so I think Terry is the warlord.
Yeah, he's got that command ability, which is pretty good.
And I thought I made an NPC for Neff. Thought I made a artificer. Okay, yeah, yeah. She's the herbalist. So which of you wants to control which of these NPCs? Who's gonna have Terry? And effectively, this is just for your roles, but you get to also choose what they use in combat.
Jinx, you have a preference? Do you want Neferndel or Terry?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. Do you have a preference?
Nope. But I can take. I guess I'll take Terry maybe if you want to take Neferndel.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, so Dalton, you'll have the warlord set up, and then you'll have the herbalist with Jinx. Do either of you need me to send that to you, or do you see them in the followers and retainers?
They're level 3, right?
They'll be fifth level here. They're one level below you guys, so they have their second ability.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Uh, yeah, if you don't mind sending me the Warlord, having trouble seeing it in the followers and retainers.
All right, should see it there in your private messages.
Yep, gotcha. Thanks.
No problem. So the four of you are all set. You can start heading through the city. In the long run, one of the things about like moving around with Terry is on some level, you kind of have to like play off the fact that you have this tiny little knight in armor. Largely, he is covered. Largely, goblins like can get by as long as he's not causing trouble. But he's probably one of the most like suspicious person to be carrying weapons. So he like has it both playing in both directions with himself. Like carrying massive weapons, but he's also covered in armor. If they could see he was a goblin, they would be worried about the weapons because he's got all of his armor. They can't see it. So you kind of have like a weird, like shadiness kind of thing going on whenever Terry is kind of like moving around with you guys. So when you guys are traveling through the city, is the intention to head as directly there as possible? Is there anything that you would like to acquire or anywhere along the city that you would be kind of like heading that could distract you from the most direct route?
So are we planning on just knocking on the door and hoping they let us in? Are we gonna just kick it in, try to sneak in? Do we have some sort of plan exactly, or should we devise one?
I just have a little bit of information about an alleyway and perhaps a way into the underground. It doesn't see. I don't know if it's a front that there is kind of a knock on a door. I don't know what we're doing.
All right, so I'm not sure maybe if we need some kind of rope or perhaps like a thieves' tools or something like that, or if we more just need our wits and our weapons.
I um I have some rope, but it's only about 50 feet. And if we need thieves' tools, I can certainly manage something. Do you want to carry thieves' tools yourself? Do you want to grab some rope? I know we can get some. We just have to stop off at Dover Square.
Oh, I don't particularly need anything. I was just trying to throw some things out in case
So Nephronel look from Jinx to Dalton. Do you need anything?
Well, I've got some rope myself. These tools probably wouldn't be a bad idea in a pinch. Not particularly skilled at their use myself. Always wanted to learn, but never really got around to it. But we should grab a. I imagine at the Goblin House there's probably like a crowbar lying around somewhere. So don't suggest we take that in case subterfuge becomes less of an option in terms of it might help us break in if we need to.
yeah, I always carry my crowbar, so we've got one with us.
Terry picks up like a like grimy old crowbar that's like probably the one you're thinking about, and you can kind of see like a goblin was definitely using it for something and just kind of like threw it down on the ground not too long ago, and he's like, "Oh yeah, is this the crowbar you were thinking of?" And he like goes to hand it to you, Jason. Or damn it, Dalton.
Uh, Dalton will kind of take it a little gingerly and kind of look at it, and then like, he's not. I don't want to think about what these stains might be. I'm just gonna think it's rust. Yeah, this'll do, Terry. Do just fine.
Excellent. We definitely keeping good care of that for you. Had it over here in the tool chest. And he clearly just picked it up off the ground. Well, if that's everything, do you want to buy thieves' tools? Because I mean, if you're gonna buy some, I'll get some as well. I probably have some coin here too. And you hear his like bag like jiggle, like as if there's like 50 or 60 pieces of like coins inside of his bag. And he's like, or maybe I don't have the money. Maybe you could spot me the next time.
No, I can cover the cost of those.
That is, if you were gonna buy them. Um, well, we can just head over to Dover Square if you want to buy them. We can stop there. Otherwise, we'll keep going.
But I think it's something that's good to have. So yes, why don't we plan on stopping by the square real quick, and I'll pick some up.
Excellent. So you guys can head off to Delver Square. Let me have each of you roll a d12, please.
And I'll also have Neferndel gets to make 4 of those potions per day. I'll have her like give one to each of us too. 7 for me. You said D12, right?
Yes, that was just a one check. Did Dalton roll a one?
Oh nope, sorry, 11.
Gotcha. Yeah, no worries. It's definitely just like traveling through town just to kind of like check for like odd and like surprising events. There's always like interesting and weird things going on. There's always things like overhead to be seen. More often than not, there's definitely like an air balloon that kind of like travels around and like gives tours over the city. But you guys have been noticing it seems to kind of keep over towards like the coast, almost towards like the docks, and it kind of stays as high as possible. You have a solid understanding that since they heard about the barbarian horde, on some level, they're like trying to use this like high vantage point as a way to see as far as possible, kind of thing. There's always action in the city, always interesting stuff. But by and large, you travel through the city without kind of big hoopla that kind of distracts you, eventually making it to Delver's Square. You have a you could go into like major oddities and grab these. But theoretically, I would say like the weaponsmith or the armor smiths would be potentially like the most likely to have, basically made some of these sets. But in the long run, you can go to any of those general shops if you would like to speak to one of the owners. Otherwise, you guys can just buy them if you are looking to just kind of like head in and pick up some items. Actually, my bad. I feel like Ebert's Outfitters is probably like the way to go for the generic PHB mundane items.
Yeah, I think Dalton will probably just head to Everett's.
Welcome, welcome. I believe the thieves' tools are 8 gold apiece. It's been a long time since I've looked at the prices.
PHB is 25.
25. I'm wonderful at remembering great things. So what is that? I think your Delver's 20% discount. You're looking at 5 gold off 20 gold a set.
Well, it'd be cheaper if I could remember my keys more often, but 20 gold it is. And Dalton will hand over the 20 gold.
Terry kind of like looking at you like for a few moments, kind of like gives a few like tut tuts, like before eventually like reaching into his own bag and pulling out like a few gold pieces, bunch of silver pieces, and like looks at him for a while, looks kind of like longingly at the set of thieves' tools, and then eventually he like reaches up and he puts these coins on the counter. I'll actually get a set as well. But theoretically, you guys can get all set at Danbury's and head off, or my bad, at Ebert's Outfitters, and you can head off to the South Market. This time, let me get each of you to roll d8s.
I got a one.
And 2 for me.
All right. So while you all are moving through the streets, heading towards the South Market, there is a point where you start to hear people screaming fire and kind of calling out that this is like passing along the fire alarm is one of those things. Like all of these areas are so densely packed. Fire is realistically one of the most dangerous places in a place like this city. Everything's so densely packed. There's only a few firehouses to each city. Say we're over near like the Emperor's Road and that double hemisphere building between Center Street and Emperor's Road. You guys are on Center Street, and you start to hear the call of fire. When you look around, your initial look around, you're both at passive perception of 13. Yeah, your like initial look around, you do not see where the source of this fire is coming from, but the actual yells for fire seem to be coming from predominantly the like southwest of you, and you can kind of like see like a dense like pack of people, almost like a crush, kind of like coming from one of these buildings.
So Dalton is going to he'll look to Jinx and the others. Should yeah. And your father's always told me fires spread quickly here. Maybe we should check it out. Not sure if there's anything we can do, but
It's never a dull moment in the city, but we are here now. Perhaps we could lend a hand if need be. So can we do some sort of like test to try to investigate where the fire is?
Gotcha. What do you have in mind? Are you just like looking around? That's a perception. If you've got something investigative in mind, that might give you a different role. What are you thinking?
I think I would be more active, so maybe run to one of the people who's like yelling fire and see if they can direct us where it's at.
Gotcha. Let me get a acrobatics from you to see how you can move through the crowd and try to get to one of the people.
13 total.
Gotcha. You can't get like to these people. There's still like too much of a crush kind of going on here, where everybody is just like almost become like a singular mass. It's one of the like most dangerous things about being around large numbers of people. is just this state of you're almost like not even necessarily standing of your own volition at this point, just shoulder to shoulder packed together. The people are like pushing out, and you're able to kind of like push down and push through and kind of separate some people. And you're kind of like yelling to the people where you get one of their attention, and they kind of like look back to you, and they look back down one of these streets, and they're just kind of yelling, the a little pub off of Straw Street, just beyond this alley." And you can kind of see that they're like pointing down this alley, that's like kind of just beyond you, like Straw Street. Um, Let me get a history check from you, Jinx, and actually disadvantage this one.
A natural one.
You already have inspiration, so I don't think it's going to do anything to build more. But as he yells off Straw Street, it doesn't necessarily connect any dots to you. But you do kind of have like kind of down this alleyway as they're just kind of like almost like looking. They would almost be between like you and the alleyway that they're looking for or looking towards. So you almost like cross through them, and it gives you like at least a direction to go. And basically that idea that they're coming out of like a tiny little pub. What is Dalton doing as Jinx is trying to like fight towards some of these people calling for fires and trying to get some of this info?
Yeah, I think Dalton is he's kind of following close behind Jinx, trying to kind of but he might be trying to um essentially try and part the crowd. He's going to try and maybe throwing his voice a little bit, like a little bit, but he'll try to essentially like shout as if he were like a guard, like make way, trying to like build um, a path through the crowd if he can. He's just trying to intimidate people to move to the side.
Gotcha. Do you have um shit
He is he is an
cantrip?
actor.
Okay, okay, okay. You're just going for the actor kind of sense of you. I was trying to think of I still can't think of it, but it gives you like a booming voice. So yeah, just do a actor a what is that? A performance check. And let me see where you're at there.
Be a 26.
Gotcha. It's a solid amount of kind of like drawing people's attention, kind of starting to like alleviate some of the congestion, almost like just bringing people back like a few steps of like you still need to get out of here, but if you just slow down and breathe a little bit more, you like almost instantly kind of alleviate this like packed sense of these streets, and it allows people to kind of like flow away from this immediate situation. It kind of frees up the alley in the direction of where Jinx is already trying to draw your attention, and the four of you can start to head down that alleyway.
Dalton's kind of he'll look to Jinx and I say a pub. Certainly got to save that if we can.
Rather ironic that the pub on Straw Street is on fire, but
Alrighty. Who had Jinx? You were doing Terry? No, no, no. Dalton has Terry. Jinx, you have Neferndel. Neferndel is going to scream out like bloody murder as you guys are like moving down the street. You just hear like this horrific scream from behind you as Neferndel is stabbed from behind. Can you make a saving throw? Um, me have you make, I think, I think 5 Constitution saving throws. My bad. First one will be a save. You're good there. But 4 more, 3 more, 2 more. That one is, yeah, that one's gonna fail. I don't think she has a plus.
Yeah, the last two were both 9.
Gotcha. So she'll take 2 wounds here. As she's stabbed from behind, you hear like this, like kind of scream from her as she's stabbed, and then you hear this like clink as Terry is like stabbed, but it catches some of the metal of his armor. And the two of you see behind as you like look to the two of them, this dark black cloaked figure who's kind of like standing over like the two of them and has almost like swung down and kind of like landed on this like side kind of like scaffolding and has like stabbed towards Terry, missing him, and then like stabbed Neferindel like through like the back chink of her armor, and is like drawing the sword out of Nefrindel's back as she kind of like looks toward, or as this figure who's feminine looks towards you, and you just see them kind of like start to like wipe the blood from this blade, and then as they like wipe that away, you see as they like dribble like a little bit of a green liquid like onto the blade again, and like just kind of stare forward with a little bit of a bow. I'd like you guys to roll initiative.
How do you want us to roll it?
Let me just get the two of you for right now. Yeah, just normal.
Be a 10 for me.
Doesn't even matter. You guys still want to play together. So as this figure kind of like gives like this like tiny little bow, what do you do?
So can we see any details? This figure is like fully like cloaked, kind of like, or and we can just tell it's a female. Do we see is it human?
My bad. I meant like cloaked in dark in black, as in like their figure is like almost like shadowy. I like the idea that maybe their clothing and like the shapeliness of their body, they would seem feminine. They have not vocalized anything in particular. You basically just see as they kind of like wipe away the blood and then seem to be applying poison to the blade.
So this is one hell of a coincidence. But Dalton's he's kind of the first thing going through his head is, you know, he's wondering if this fire was meant to lure them, but he's going to look to Jinx and seeing the person dribbling more poison on the blade. He's going to Jinx. He's going to say like, I'm going to try to get her to drop it. Um, seated Neferindel, telling what that stuff is. Essentially trying to tell him what he's going to try. Get the dagger from, or to essentially make the figure drop the blade.
Gotcha. If you expect Dalton to command her to drop the blade, is there anything, or I don't know, it could also
Oh
be potentially heat metal.
no,
Um,
sorry. Yeah, it was heat metal is what I was going for. I don't.
gotcha.
Dalton does not know command.
Does that change what you would like to do, Jinx? Do you have any thoughts prior to that?
I was honestly thinking I would do hold person. But also, how does healing work on the NPCs again? Is it if I like dedicate a spell, does it give them back one of their life points?
Effectively, the number of hit dice that something gives, they gain a hit point. So, like when she lost 2 hit points, if you were to cast like a second level healing word or a second level cure wounds, either of those would take her back to 5 hit points, her maximum.
Okay, cool.
So you guys don't necessarily have a preference, but if you would like, you could do them in either order. So who would like to take their turn first?
Well, if I do mine first, would and it worked, would they still be able to drop the blade if they wanted to or not? Or how does that work? 'Cause I don't want to mess up what he's trying to do by casting hold person.
What does hold person say? I feel like it incapacitates.
Succeed on a wisdom saving throw or paralyzed for the duration.
Gotcha. Yeah, paralyzed is also incapacitated, can't move or speak. Um, Automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, attack rolls.
So Dalton, would
Uh,
you rather if I try to do it first and potentially make it so they can't drop the blade, or do you want to try to get them to drop the blade and then I'll try to freeze them?
Well, I guess if you can get hold person, then we might be able to get the blade away from her um, without me having to use this spell. Because I feel like because Dalton's thinking he wants to know who is this person who's like this assassin coming after them.
Okay, all right. So I'll try to do hold person first, and then you can do what you want based on what happens. So yeah, I will cast hold person, and I'm just gonna say like, uh, you picked the wrong group to f with, and I'll cast hold person. It's Wisdom 15.
you guys see that? Fucking one.
You gain inspiration.
They don't move.
Okay, yeah. So I guess assuming, yeah. So Dalton sees her kind of stiffen up, thinking Jinx's spell worked. Can he try to essentially disarm her?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why you can't like close the distance too. And you could take the sword from her hands, but you're gonna see um another sword as well as a crossbow on this person at very least.
Okay, so I assume it's an action to take the blade, the dagger.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'd say you could probably take 2 of her 3 weapons that you see this turn between free action and action, but it would be using your action to do at least one of them.
yeah, so I think he'd probably be the most careful about the weapon that he knows has the or he thinks, assuming is he assumes it's some sort of poison or something. But then he might um, yeah, so maybe he'll try to grab the sword um, and the dagger.
So moments are going to go by as she kind of like doesn't seem to respond, doesn't seem to be moving. From what you can tell, your spell is holding. What would you guys like to do?
Are there still like a fair amount of the crowd still around, or are we?
Definitely crowd kind of bumping into you from here and there, but largely you've kind of like dissipated like the vast majority of people here. So it's say what? Say people are maybe like fingertip to fingertip, like fully extended kind of arms away, in this alleyway. So like in the say like 60 feet of this like 10-foot wide alleyway, there's probably 16 or so other people besides the five of you in here. But like, I feel like it's a good bit of space away, so there's definitely a flow of people, but this is still a lot of these people are in a panic. A lot of these people like are still just running by without even recognizing that something other than the fire is happening.
Gotcha. Yes, I think Dalton is going to. Um, she seems to still be paralyzed. Is going to try to disarm the remaining. So, like, take the uh, crossbow, and he's just going to be like, kind of like in her face, like, even though I think he probably knows, like, in the back of his mind that she can't respond, but he's like, who sent you?
Do you kind of intend that as your action? Are you intending to do something like an intimidation?
I don't. No, not really intimidation. Oh, so I guess if taking the crossbow would be a free action then.
Yep, yep. Same idea as last time. Like you've got free action for one weapon, so you could potentially be doing a persuasion. It just sounded a little bit more kind of like threatening in sort of the way that you did it. But there's potential ways to be persuasive, I feel like. But I would say it seems like you're intimidating them by taking their final weapon as well as like forcefully asking that question as such.
Yeah, so maybe even almost like as he's taking that, like he would have dropped the sword probably, like uh, got his hands full, I think. But maybe he, like, kind of as he asks that question, he kind of he holds up the dagger, like her own dagger, kind of near her throat, and like, yeah, like, who sent you, trying to be, yeah, intimidating, I guess.
Gotcha. Roll that as an intimidation. What is Jinx doing?
And that would be a 16.
Excellent.
So Jinx will kind of look down at his belt. I'm still like a little ways away, and I'll put one hand on the pistol and one hand on the boomerang, and I'll say, "What do you think there, Jinxie? Give her a taste of the dragon fire, or no? She looks like she wants some gold, baby." And I'm gonna whip my boomerang at her. And I'll just
Gotcha.
yell out, "Goldie, but incoming, better duck," to warn anybody that's in the way. Uh, so, attack. So it'd be a 14 total. I can't remember. Does anything special happen when they're paralyzed to the hit?
It is an advantage on the attack, so
Is that
you
ranged
can.
also or no?
It is indeed. Okay,
Okay,
let's
so
go for
it's worse. So it would be a 14. I'm gonna go ahead and add my inspiration onto this for the extra d6.
Gotcha. Yeah, roll that. So
15
you
total.
now have a solid sense. Their her AC is in particular exactly 15. As you kind of like whip that forward, you have like the boomerang kind of like twirling past them, and it almost like completely misses them before as it comes back around. You do get the connection like on the back, and that's where you kind of like recognize like kind of just clipping like one of the joints of like their elbow. You like have this like loud cracking sound as it hits into their bone. Let me see that damage. And my apologies, I robbed you guys of the potential of Arteri and Neferndel like passively holding off. I got distracted by the actual whole person and didn't give you the chance to attack with them after your turns last turn. But you basically got 2 turns in a row here. So did they attack? And what was that? A total of 5,
Six,
Jinx?
6 total boomerang damage.
I think Terry's holding off, but he's trying to look like he's trying to back up Dalton's intimidation, like trying to look like as mean as he can in his full armor, um, like standing like near him, trying to be menacing.
Neffy's gonna do a double spell attack for her ranged attack.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, like, don't forget that you guys can like issue audible orders that make it much clearer that like right now you guys are doing 2 different things. So, what Neff has a +6 at this point.
Yeah, so her better roll was 16, so that should be a hit, and it's a total of 10 damage. And the target needs to make a Constitution save versus being poisoned.
Are you fucking kidding me? I've rolled 3 1s with this character so far. That is the poisoned condition, right? That is not like poison damage.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's poison condition because it doesn't say anything about. It says they take 2d6 poison damage and make a Constitution save versus being poisoned.
And then hold person is a wisdom save. It's not a wisdom check, correct?
I'm looking right now.
Um,
Yeah, at the end
yeah,
of each
wisdom
of its
save.
turns, you make another Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I'm not messing around with all these ones. She's taking inspiration here. It's still not enough. As she still holds, you guys have another kind of round where physically she's frozen. She's not moving. She's not reacting to any of this.
Dalton's gonna look back towards Jing, seeing the boomerang and then the poison from Neferndel, and he's just gonna like say like, you know, want her alive. We need to. I'm gonna ask her to find out who this is. Uh, just to hold off a moment. Um, but I think this time Dalton will. Can he try and uh, essentially search her to see if like there's any either like she's wearing an emblem or if there's any like papers or anything like that that might be a clue to
Roll an investigation.
Ooh, 10.
Roll any die here. I'm just looking for odd or even.
Even.
All right. So as you kind of like reach around and you're like feeling some of the different like areas where like pockets should be, you eventually kind of find like a leather fold, kind of like in the like small of her back, where there seems to be like a pocket almost like tucked along the like lower spinal cord of this woman. And kind of like opening up the pockets, you like go to reach in and immediately like feel something sharp that like stings against you. I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. Actually, I'm going to use my inspiration on this.
Gotcha.
Uh, all right. Well, that's a
Oh wait,
20.
you rolled a single and then said that you were going to do that.
Yeah, but I'll just in case I'll roll the other one. But I think hopefully a 20 should be enough. Yeah, yeah. So it'll
Yeah.
be a
So
20.
like you like feel this prick, and like you end up like there's nothing actually like touch your skin there. You were like just soft enough to like kind of feel it, and you're able to remove this like it's not like a disc, but it is kind of coin shaped, and you can kind of like make out that the edges of it are sharpened so that most of the circle of this coin is kind of a blade, and it's like essentially like a razor blade. This could easily be kind of like tucked into two fingers and kind of like be held between them and almost like rotate around, almost like kind of like a pizza cutter, like between two fingers. But like this blade on it, you see. Let me have you make a history check.
I'll get my inspiration back. That's a 4.
Gotcha. So when you like look at this coin, you see kind of this marking on it that seems to be almost like two different triangles kind of matched up, one flipped and inverted against the other, but they're like side by side, and there seems to be kind of like a protrusion on one side. Uh my bad. I should have said three triangles. There's like three triangles. No, two triangles. One's larger than the other. So one is a proportion of the other. And there's kind of like a protrusion and that kind of like rotates around. Um, it has an odd little symbol to it. You don't necessarily recognize the symbol. You don't necessarily know what to make of it, but this coin blade like object is marked with a single symbol on it. You just don't quite recognize it at this point. And I think that'll be your action for this turn. And I think you started it, but do you have anything to say before we go to Jinx?
Nope. That's pretty much it. Just like yeah, he'll yeah, he figures he'll this might be come in handy, but yeah, he doesn't know what it is. But that's all for Dalton.
So Jinx will run over and pick up his boomerang that he already threw, and then um, I'm gonna like I guess Dalton's like right next to her right now, like kind of searching her, patting her down or whatever. So I'll like run up to the two of them, and I'll just say, Dalton, while I do respect your wishes, I don't know how long this spell is gonna hold for, so you can ask all the questions you want when she wakes up. And I'm gonna, assuming this will just fully kill her in a single strike, I'll melee attack her with my other boomerang, uh, non-lethal, of course.
Gotcha. You always get to choose in melee. You get to choose non-lethal once it happens. 14 plus anything, you're gonna get a hit.
So how does that work? Is it if it's disadvantage, do I still get inspiration back, or does it not count? Because I'm only counting the, or because it's
Yep,
advantage, right?
that one doesn't exist. You roll a 14 there. To
Okay.
gain inspiration from having advantage, you would need to roll two ones.
Okay, so it's 8 total damage from the boomerang strike.
Excellent. How about from your sidekicks? Is Terry still kind of passively following?
I think seeing Jinx continuing, Terry will move in to similarly kind of try to incapacitate her.
Gotcha. Did Neffy hit with both? What was it? Neff gets two
She
attacks?
only gets 1. So yeah,
Okay.
she hit with a, would be a dirty 20, I think? No,
Yeah,
19,
yeah.
and then, 7 total damage. And that poison condition only ever lasts for, like, 1 round, and then if you get hit again, you have to do the same test again.
And what was it? It's a con.
Yeah, that's right, con save.
I think she's con
She's +4 con.
17 now. Yeah, but they go up. I feel like maybe their DC is 15 now. On 15. So yeah, she'll be poisoned again. And then you just attacked with Terry as well, Dalton. What were the results from Terry? Any 15s to hit?
Yeah, so Terry hit 'cause he has a +6, I think it was like a 17, and then damage was 15.
All right, so you all will see some of these strikes from this round in particular are going to actually start to be those that like draw blood. You start to see signs of weakness in this figure, kind of like falling to your attacks. Effectively, she is now bloody. That is the symbol that you saw, Dalton, inside of the campaign chat in Discord.
Oh, okay. Almost looks like a lamp.
Oh, and I do wanna use a, bonus action spell slot to heal, Neffy once.
Gotcha. Let's go wisdom failures like crazy. Once again, she's gonna hold still. So it's gonna go back around to you guys as this character is proving a lot less effective than I could have ever imagined.
Yeah, so I guess Dalton will he'll kind of he'll nod at Jinx and well, I guess better safe than sorry, and he will proceed to join in on the beating.
So I think theoretically, once all four of you are attacking, it's pretty easy to say that you guys are going to knock her out. And I'm just going to say that it happens this round here, as you guys all kind of like jump in together. You start to do some, you know, concerted efforts to cut off the air to her and just kind of use the force of all four of you to kind of like draw this person off of like this scaffolding off into another like little side alley on this alley and into a little darker area where you can put them down and out effectively before the hold person fails after a minute here. You guys can drag her into that position. um so you have the potential of like continuing to look over this person, knowing that you found already danger in kind of searching their personage. But also you have the potential of waiting however long it takes them to wake up to then question this person. Um, what is your priority with them in hand?
We could still be a help. I mean, the fire. Maybe we should leave the Neffy and Terry behind and with this one, and we can go help at least see if we could try to.
As long as we get someone keeping an eye on her, Terry, Neffy, um, Dalton. Yeah, Dalton will suggest maybe they try tying her up while she's out. But he'll nod to Jinx and let's see if see what's going on with that pub then.
Sound good, nephew? You're not going to throw a tiff or anything if we leave you behind? You want to go and I'll stay, or Jinx says sarcastically to the NPC.
Do you have any way of putting out a fire? What are you going to do?
All right, so Jinx just like shakes his head no and just starts like taking off towards the fire. Goddamn NPCs with the deep, rich backstory and the attitudes and the.
Gotcha. So the two of you are heading towards this fire. You've got Neff and Terry left behind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Dalton, I don't suppose you have any way to put out a fire, do you?
Not one this big.
So I think by the time you get to the other side of this like alley, almost like zigzagging a little bit to the east before going to the south, you kind of like round the like side of this like zig to that eastern position, and you see like the full kind of extent of the fire like ahead of you in this alley. It is the building basically between the southern half of the hemisphere of like on Center Street, and like there's a little like red building that's closer to Emperor's Road, but like it's that little square like brown building on Straw Street. So as you come through the alley, you're looking at the back of the brown building, everything looks fine. You zig to the east, everything's still looking fine. But you turn on the south part of that alley and you can see like what windows this place had. There's two of them busted out into the alley, and it's basically making like a almost like turbine kind of effect where you can hear like this almost like turbocharged like gust of flame like shooting out of this. It has not yet caught fire to the building that is red on the left side of this alley. And then again, it is like the two windows of this building, probably about like 50 feet or so of alley in front of you before you get out to like the other side of the street, which is Straw Street. But you're like looking at this alley with like two windows busted out, and it's almost like turbines of fire like shooting across it. Nobody is in this alley. Windows are probably 4.5, 5 feet off the ground, like at their lowest point. So, like, if you were trying to just like maybe a little lower, maybe like 4 feet off the ground at their lowest point. So, like, if you wanted to like get through to the other side, you could duck slash crawl below them, but like running through this alley is potentially dangerous in and of itself.
But do we see like do we have to get through this alley to get to like the front face of the building where we could potentially like find someone to see if there's anyone still inside or in danger or anything?
Make a perception check.
5, I think. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, I'd say as you like look along like this back facing of the building, you don't see a door in. As you look down the alley, you don't know whether you see a door like on this alley side of the street or if the front door, like on Straw Street, is what you would expect. At present, you just don't have a solid take on where you're like expecting a door to be, but you don't see one on the back of the building.
Gotta find a way in, or somebody that can tell us that everyone's out safely. I'm gonna make a break for it, and I'll like look towards the alleyway, knowing that it's dangerous.
Dalton will nod. Right behind you. I'm with you.
Gotcha. So you're both just running for it. Make dexterity saving throws for me, please.
And I'm going to use
22.
my inspiration again. 23.
I don't understand how I'm rolling so low today, but I just rolled 4d6 for the damage because you're running past two like turbine effect fires. I feel like this is a solid number to choose. And I rolled four twos. Like 4d6 should not roll all the same number. But yeah, you guys are going to take a total of 4 damage as you run past all of this fire. Little bits of singeing. You might smell a little bit like burnt hair. You probably don't have eyebrows on the right side of your face, kind of situation here. But largely, you are able to protect yourselves from this fire. You neither like dilly dally beside it nor, you know, completely remain unscathed. But you are able to run to the front where you essentially have a door entering in. But the front is in a very similar situation where there are like large glass windows and they're like busted out, and the flame is kind of like roaring out in the same way. This building, you have a solid sense, is pretty much entirely like encompassed in flame.
Yeah, Dalton's going to glance towards Jinx and kind of give a little shake of his head, but he'll, not expecting any response, but he'll just shout out, like, anyone still in there?
Just hear the roar of the fire.
Oh, and is there anybody around now in the front?
You probably have just as many people panicking and clearing away as you do like the occasional person who's watching. But yeah, if you're looking for somebody, what in particular, like, what are you looking for?
Just everybody get out safely. Is there anyone still inside? Top priority would be, I guess, just trying to stop other buildings from catching fire.
Yeah, you'd hear from somebody who's close by, and they kind of like yell out that the fire's like reaching towards the like the market, and they kind of like reference towards that hemisphere building, and you can kind of see like the worry of like that market going up. Like they have um different like fine like tinctures and things that if they go, there's going to be like an explosion kind of thing. So they're definitely kind of like yelling out with this effect of like, if the stalls in the market go, there's a lot of different unguents and tinctures that will cause a great explosion, and the fire's quickly going to get out of control. We need to prevent this from spreading. But like this person has no concept of who was in this tavern, who got out, who wouldn't be stuck inside. There doesn't seem to be anybody kind of responding with that.
Dalton is going to he's going to similarly see if he can like kind of grab somebody, maybe somebody, um but he's going to be like, is there like a well or water source anywhere around here? He's not real familiar with this particular part of the city, but
There's water sources around. What are you trying to do? You're trying to start like a bucket brigade?
or maybe almost like kind of give up the pub is lost and just try to, like, maybe if the wet down some of the other buildings, maybe make them less likely to, I don't know how fire works, less likely to catch.
Gotcha. So let me have you guys do a, or I guess I don't want to play a put out the fire game, so I'm tempted to just like turn this into a single roll to see how you guys can do at preventing the fire from spreading. Is that what you're doing at this point?
Yeah, I have prestidigitation. I think maybe you do too. Is that useful at all in a situation like this?
I feel like you need control fire to be able to put out an actual fire.
Yeah, it says like the size of a campfire. So if we were like putting out part of the fire, it would literally be like a campfire size bit of a giant blazing inferno.
And maybe we could use that, like, not on the pub, but like if like flames start to, like, we see flames catch on another part of the building, maybe put it out before it grows.
Yeah, I would say prestidigitation is far more effective at keeping other things from catching. And that's probably what I'd say. Like, you guys can both rock out prestidigitation while trying to like get people to actually wet some of these other structures. And that I think is a pretty sufficient way for you guys to be trying to fight this. And it's going to come down to, I'll put it to you guys to roll to see, does this fire travel in faster modes than prestidigitation can stop? But again, control fire is the spell. If you really want to stop a fire from spreading in a city, control fire or control flames is what you're looking for.
Gotcha. Yeah. I just feel like we would try to do what we could to stop the fire. But yeah, no, I don't want to have it become a whole thing.
Yeah, I 100% the fire was used to draw you guys into an alleyway and attack you. So it's definitely not meant to be an entire session of us playing fireman.
Oh, so you
But
just want like a single D20 from each of us, or?
yeah, just a spell attack from you. Which is to say, like, yeah, a roll plus your proficiency in charisma.
Okay.
Spell attack 7 more. Oh, so 16 total.
And then mine was a 26.
Gotcha. I think those are both sufficient to say, like, as you guys basically like direct the some of the people who are like standing around shocked, as you guys use your own prestidigitation to try to put out places where the fire is licking at another building, you guys are able to delay it enough that you do get the response of the fire brigade. Again, on these maps, right by 250, there is an actual fire brigade for different locations in Tolis. Somebody eventually comes back with them in about 5 minutes or so, and they get up to Straw Street, You see that they already have about like 60 or 70 people are responding with buckets, and they start to form like links to the different areas where there are wells in this area. And they're getting basically like 2 to 3 buckets on it every like 10 or so seconds. But they kind of like immediately like get to the source and are already surprised that like the building that they heard was on fire is all that has been lost. By the time they are getting there, you guys are through much of this problem, and you're basically less than 10 minutes of the pub being on fire, and it's burnt down like to the like the rafters, like to the bones. You have much of the actual like outside of it has already kind of burned away, and the fire has just consumed everything but kind of like those thickest logs that form like the central structure. But you guys can successfully call that a win on preventing like these other 4 buildings immediately around it, other 6 buildings from catching fire, as well as much of the rest of the city, as that is always one of the biggest dangers inside of a big city like this, is the risk of a fire spreading. But yeah, you guys can probably get back to Neff and Terry with, maybe 15 or 20 minutes has passed since you were, walking on Center Street before all this happened.
So, you want to handle the interrogation, or should I? A little good God, bad God.
I don't see why the both of us couldn't ask her some questions.
You ever heard of that technique before? One of us acts like we're real mean and we're gonna just hurt her and kill her and we're just a terrible person, and then the other one sort of like sweet talks and kind of acts like, hey, we're not so bad.
Sounds like it could work. I probably already showed my hand as the bad guard before we knocked her out, but I don't know, someone like that doesn't work. There's always bad guard, bad guard, worse guard.
Sure, sure. Well, we'll give it a shot. Try to figure out who she is, and seemed like she was after Neffy, but looked like she attacked old Terry as well.
Yeah, and Dalton will kind of, as we get back, he'll suddenly kind of remember the symbol on the little kind of like razor disc, and he will carefully extract it from his pouch and kind of show it to Jinx and just ask him if, you know, I don't recognize the symbol. I don't know if it's anything you've seen before.
Well, let's see. I've only been dabbling in the chaos cults now for a short time, and we've been together for the majority of it. But do I recognize that, or do I need to check for something?
You could roll a history check if you wanted to. Do you recognize it?
It's a 7. And what? It's basically just like a sharp disc, is or what is the symbol that's on it?
If you look in Discord, that's the symbol in the campaign chat. But it is on like a disc that is very much like coin shaped, but it's like mostly bladed like around the edge of it.
I was almost thinking like a mini chakram.
I don't think I've seen that before. It kind of reminds me of the last story dice for like sailboat.
Yeah, first thing that came to mind was like one of those old like oil lamps.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a lamp that like a genie would come out of.
Yeah, I would say think about like a chakram that's like the size of your thumb. Like it's a very concealed weapon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But just like the fact that it's a disc and kind of sharp on the edges made me think like if you shrunk down a chakram, it would almost look like that.
But yeah, when you look it over, I don't think there's any reason for you to recognize it as well.
So Dalton will kind of replace it back in his pouch and kind of file it away to something to research for later. But he'll look down at the figure still knocked out, and then he'll look to Jinx. You want to wait till she's comes to on her own, or try and revive her and get this questioning over with? Still do have that other business.
Yeah, I don't think we should dilly around all day waiting for her to wake up at her earliest convenience. So I can bring her back. So do I have control to like bring somebody back with like minimum hit points, or do I just roll it? How does that work?
I think for what it's worth, you would know like healing word does a little bit less than control than cure wounds. But in the long run, I think the uncontrolled nature of healing makes sense that you can heal, but you don't know that you can like heal how much you can heal for kind of thing. So what was that, 5 hit points?
It's four plus a three, so seven total. And that would be
7.
from a first level healing word.
So yeah, you can speak the words of healing. Um Moments later, you see as their eyes kind of open. And how did you guys tie them up? What did you have in mind?
Probably just, I guess, find her. If we could try to essentially hog tie her.
Gotcha. Roll a. I want to say, um, like wisdom with. Hmm. Damn, that's such a weird one. Do wisdom with sleight of hand.
Sure. So it'd be a 16 then. Oh, I also, for some reason, I've completely forgotten about using the proficiency die. So today, but
Oh, roll that.
yeah, I've just been taking the average, but typically I use it. So
Oh yeah, I feel like the proficiency die. Like you guys are still welcome to use it. I'm relatively over it.
okay. So in that case, it would be a 17 then instead of 16.
Gotcha. So she kind of like comes to, and you see as she like slowly opens her eyes. You have her laying on her stomach at this point. Is she like propped up on her back?
think maybe like kind of on her side, and then with her like hands and legs kind of tied together.
Gotcha. So she kind of like lifts her head like a little bit, kind of like looks around towards the four of you. What meaning is there in keeping me alive?
Hey, there you are. Thought we lost you there for a second. We just want to ask you a couple of questions and then you could be on your way. We're really not ruthless killers, so no reason to take your life unless you give us one.
So if it's something you
You'll,
want, can be arranged.
you'll find no quarter given, nor answers. If you would release me, it is my duty to kill you. Why should we ever find one alive without the other dead?
And so what? You just woke up today, decided you wanted to kill us. Someone sent you. Who was it?
Fate, you exist. I'm here to kill you.
Now, I mean, you might think that you have a reason to kill us, but we're just some good folks. So, what exactly is it that provoked you to take this course of action?
I require no provocation. Their head is like jerky between whoever's speaking and just kind of like motionless staring at you. And then like another of you speaks and their head like jerks to that person, but they're just kind of like staring, making eye contact, just speaking utterly calm.
You're going to explain your motivation for trying to kill us, who or what sent you, and your affiliations. And then you're going to go about your business like you never met us before. And I'm going to cast suggestion at, I think that's a level 2 spell.
So you're going to go about your business as if you've never met us before?
Well, that's the end of it. The first part is that you're going to tell us your affiliations, motivations, etc. Like why you came here. And it's a Wisdom 15 saving throw. So it said if it fails to save, it pursues a course of action you describe to the best of its ability. And it has to seem reasonable, like to some degree what I suggested. It's not going to like self harm or anything like that.
With me removed, more will come. Once paid, a death is given. You've been marked. You've been noticed.
You mean like me specifically or like the greater me, like us, like all four of us?
See as they shake their head. And you are.
Oh, no problem. You just sort of like slipped up there and banged your head. We came over to your aid. Seemed like you're okay now. Maybe, is there anything we could do to help you? Just to take
They
you
shake
somewhere?
their hands and stand up.
Dalton's gonna kind of like take Jinx by the shoulder and kind of take a step away, and not normally one for murder, but this one's going to be dangerous again. As soon as we let her go, I think we should just give her what she seemed to be expecting and slit her throat and be done with it.
Magic doesn't always work as intended. And I'll like put my hand on my boomerang and like look over.
She's like looking around, trying to like find something that she feels she's missing. Clearly, there's a certain level of kind of like almost like amnesia, kind of like in this initial moment of trying to like recognize like her surroundings, where her weapons are. And she's just kind of like looking back, almost like looks over to where like the smoke from the fire is coming from.
Um, what direction is she facing, like relative to like us? Is there a way I can kind of like get around behind her or like behind her vision?
What are you going for? Like, I feel like that's just a sleight of hand.
Just gonna like basically like swoop around behind her to like finish her off. Maybe a bonk, maybe something like that. 22 on the sleight of hand.
Yeah, you kind of like move up as she like recognizes like the rope that like fell off behind her as she stood up. And you see that your rope is like cut to pieces. And she kind of like looks down and you're able to like move up behind her and like knock her out again. And remember, kids, concussions are not like they are in the movie. This is an extremely dangerous thing to happen to you.
So um, he thinks Dalton's thinking like she said more are going to be coming. Maybe we should send a message of our own, and he's going to taking the dagger that she had that he had taken from her before. Um, Not sure if the poison is still active or not. Doesn't know how long it lasts, but he basically is going to use that to kind of. Well, he'll look to Jinx first and uh, try to and we've agreed. This is what we're doing, right? Essentially looking for permission before he stabs her.
Oh, by all means, Dalton.
Yeah, so Dalton will try to stab, aiming for her heart, trying to finish her off with her own blade.
Gotcha. So as you like slide the blade into her chest, like once it starts to hit that area where you know you saw her like applying this, you see the flesh like instantly turn to black and it almost starts to like crumble away as it like desiccates instantaneously and just like rots away. And you see as her like chest cavity opens up, just like you're looking like directly at like her ribs and the skeletal like figure just becomes like clearer and clearer as her organs like melt into this like pile of goo, like the acid from her stomach, bile from her gallbladder are like pouring out into her like open cavity, but like just this initial area right around the her chest is like melted away in this like acidic necrotic reaction around that entry point. But yeah, she's probably not coming back from this.
Yeah, so Dalton is not really not expecting that kind of reaction. So he kind of like he snatches his hand away more because he's like wants to almost like looking it over to make sure like he didn't accidentally drip any of this stuff on him as he sees kind of the extreme kind of reaction to her flesh.
You see, she has three more of those vials on her belt.
Jesus Christ, what is that stuff? Some sort of acid or something?
Something I've never seen anything quite like it, but it was probably worth taking. Might want to handle with care though, and Dalton is going to try to very carefully remove the vials from her belt.
Who's got Neffy that went to Jinx? Can you roll a intelligence? It should be her proficiency, like a spell attack, essentially.
So
Oh, like
17.
18. It's 17. Um, yeah, Neffy will kind of like look to it and like, I'm pretty sure that's reaction to targets. It's something you can condense from like stomach bile and like the reaction with some certain elements that can kind of stabilize it. But that's definitely a concentration that I've never played with. That's seems pretty fast acting. But you can basically put down, what did I say? There were three more on her belt. You can put down three more vials of oil of Taggart. And then I say, let's take a break here.
Sure. Yep. Sounds good.
Dalton says, I'm going to send him a message. He's like, oh, I don't know if I sent the right message.
Yeah.
It's not even a good one. I should have picked a better one than that.
No, I thought that was cool. I definitely did not think that hold person would be that effective, though. I'm not going to lie. I was like hoping for one round out of that.
Yeah, I feel like with how that went, I didn't use the stat block like as they were presented, like fully, like at the start of it for their damage. But I feel like after having been held person, I wish I had just gone all out. But it's definitely a weird situation. But yeah, let's take like 5 minutes here. Obviously, if you need a little longer, take it. If you need a little less, we'll be back.
Sounds good. I'll be back in a few. And sounds like she's not the last that's going to be coming after us, so we'll have another chance.
No, not at all. That's definitely Riss may recognize it, but Malchin definitely should recognize the symbol if you guys ever speak to Malchin again. But I am surprised that none of you rolled to recognize it. But that's the dice.
Yeah, if you would have, like, let's say, passed your very first save, like, imagine how much different that combat would have went. Instead, you just failed. How many did you fail? 3 rounds?
Yeah, I think three and just called it for the fourth. That's one of the things where I feel like trying not to end the combats and actually going to recognize like when they're gone. Getting basically 3 rounds of untouched attacking, I felt like it was best to just narratively you guys win that one.
Oh, no, I like that. I definitely think that's the way to do it because you figure all four of us against a paralyzed creature, like, we can probably finish it off once it's bloody.
Alrighty, so we've got you guys at the end of Straw Street. You're kind of like ducked into the kind of like alley between the like hemisphere of the market there and that little like golden yellow kind of like building where you guys had this figure kind of like tucked off and like stuck into a little spot where you could question them, kind of unobtruded. And you manage to kind of like get some information out of them, but send them on the way somewhat unknowing who you are. And they kind of like go about their day from here, like with that, like forgetting about you at this point. Where do you go from here? Do we continue on our way? Are we still going for Child's Eye? Is everyone still all right?
I mean, are you okay, nephew? Let me see that wound of yours. Does she look okay? I mean, I know I healed her once.
Make a medicine check here.
Trying to
Looking at it,
survive.
you can see signs of the blade having that same poison on it, and that she has like these like black marks where the blade like entered, and it left the same kind of like rotten like dehydration that like the flesh is dead around this cut, and you can kind of tell there's a certain difference in somebody basically still having like vitality and getting stabbed by this stuff and what it does to you essentially, like in the case of how Dalton did it, when somebody has next to no vitality to like ward off this wound, that venom is much more effective. So it looks fine. That's great. Good to hear. I'm glad that I don't look like I'm horrifically wounded. But are we ready to go? I don't know how good this information is, how long it's going to last for. Everything seems to ride on quick.
Yeah, Dalton kind of he glances back down to the corpse of the assassin, and in any event, probably best if we don't dally around here too much longer. As long as you're feeling up to it, I'd say we keep going, continue on our way. See if this information you've gotten pans out in Ephraimville.
Dalton, y'all done poking around on that corpse? Did you investigate it thoroughly?
Now we've got this with the little blade, and uh, I mean, you're welcome to take another look, but I think I found where I'm going to find.
Oh, I trust you. You had your hands all over. Looked like you were doing an effective job.
So you guys can continue on your way heading towards the centers, like back up to Center Streets and over to Bladeburn, heading down Bladeburn. You guys kind of travel for a while before, was it? I think Woodsman Street is probably what cuts across Child's Eye, and you can kind of make your way towards Child's Eye, where you kind of like stop a moment in this little square. Neffy kind of like looks to her right, looking kind of towards the north of the city, and like the shadow of the spire is like reaching around this area. It's like a little bit past, say, one-ish. You've probably heard the clocks of some of the chapels. I believe there's a chapel over towards like 244, like the center of the South Market, where they've got a pretty big chapel there that would like sound the clock for 1 o'clock. And Neffy looks to the south, to your left, and I think we're heading down this direction. She points to the south, towards the west, or to the south towards the left, and kind of like looks at like her piece of paper again, and tucks it away in her belt. Yeah, definitely down here.
All
I
right.
think it's
I suppose we should give it a shot then. I could go first if y'all want to. Just out of curiosity, though, Neffy or either one of you really, um, how exactly do the poisons work? Does that need to be applied to like a blade, like stabbing, cutting weapon, or
I'm no expert, but that's how she did it. So I'd assume that's how it works.
interesting? Okay, keep our eye out for that one.
If you want to take the lead, Jinx, I'll follow behind. Might I suggest we try and move a bit quietly if we can, till we know just what's in store for us.
Sure. Ascending into a cavern below the city? What could possibly go wrong?
So did you want to kind of like scope the area out? Like you guys are walking into an alley and you have like some privacy there. But when you say you're like sneaking around, I had you guys kind of at that last like crossroad. Do you have thoughts on like while you're on the actual street? Or are you just dipping into the alley and kind of like sneaking in from there?
I would definitely be looking at our surroundings, trying to see like who would potentially be seeing what we're doing, or if we could see anybody else doing anything interesting.
Gotcha. Make an insight check.
It's an 8.
Gotcha. Looking around the streets, the people that are on Child's Eye don't seem to be paying any attention to you all as you kind of move from that little crossroad of Woodsman and Child's Eye. You start to move down towards the south, and you kind of count off a few of the first buildings, but you're kind of like looking around, and there's people who are walking around. There's people who are kind of just like standing outside of some of the buildings. There's people who are like, chit chatting in different areas. It's kind of a different sort of life in the South Market where a lot of these people have money and leisure time, but they're also like not like fully kind of craftsmen in a lot of them. So you have a weird level of wealth here that like sits below some of the delvers, but has a very comfortable kind of existence. And this is an area that has a lot of people who are just kind of out and about. So there's probably 30 or so people that you can see on the street. But nobody's really paying attention to you all as you move down, pass between this greenhouse and this large silver building, one of them like made out of a nice beautiful like almost bluish like steel like stone, and the other one just being this nice grand wooden home that's like built with really fine kind of like carven wooden arches, and it's got like almost like a gothic style, very curvy like wooden structures all about it. But both buildings are like beautiful, awesome structures to themselves here. And you just kind of move into this alley between them, and there's a bunch of like almost like trash and boxes and like wooden little like fruit container kind of like things that are just like strewn about. So this is just filled with like gutter trash kind of thing. And towards like kind of the back of this, like almost towards the next road over of Child's High, which we don't have a name for, but probably still looping off Child's Eye here. And you see there in the ground that there's like a wooden door that can kind of be lifted, and it's almost like two of them side by side, but flat to the road's paving. And these doors are made out of like steel and stone kind of like welded together with these like steel connections between the stone, not like formed into clean like triangular or like rectangular like geometric shapes. They're all the random like live edge almost of the stone, but as if it were welded together with this metal. And you just have these flat doors, so they almost match the street around it, but covered with all of this trash. You almost like walk right through the alley before Neferndel spots one of the doors, goes to lift this handle, and there's just a circular handle of like steel that kind of like lifts up, held by one chain link. And she kind of like looks at you guys, ready to like open this little steel handle, like lift it to open this entry door. Um, Going right in, or do you guys have?
So I'll go ahead and cast light on my staff head.
And Dalton will nod to Neferndel. I guess we're at this point. Yeah, let's just head in.
Oh, how are we gonna march in? Who's going first? You leading, Jinx?
Yeah, I'll go first with the light here.
You don't want to light my light, boss. And like Terry kind of like reaches out his spear towards your face, maybe putting it a little bit too close.
Terry, there's always room for you up front. I know you like to get in the action, so. Wait, doesn't Terry have a big ass sword?
Terry's big ass sword that he named spear. Come on.
So yeah, I would say me and Terry up front, and then uh, Nephew and Dalton in the back.
Yeah, I can have maybe Dalton kind of take the rear guard and close the door behind him, or the hatch. Uh, Try and as he goes down, just try and like glancing around to see if anybody is like looking at them as they head in.
Gotcha. So you guys pop up this door, and immediately you've got your light kind of cast down into, kind of a clear like cellar entryway. And there's some kind of like dirt and kind of like grime to this place, but it's pretty well kept in here for how dirty this side street is. And you can immediately kind of like push down. You've got a straight alley or like a straight corridor ahead of you inside of this like stone, like I'm going for undercroft, but at this point kind of like cellar. Kind of move in. You can have Dalton come in final. Are you like two by two, or do you have like a row of one? If it's a 10-foot wide corridor going side by side,
Yeah, I'd say two by two.
gotcha. So
Yeah,
we got Jinx and Terry, and then the Neff and Dalton kind of like pushing in, and you guys can kind of like move forward. After about like 20 or so feet, there's another set of stairs that kind of like lead downward. All of this is really well finished, like stonework. All of it looks pretty solid. And as you kind of like contemplate the direction you've headed down now is underneath that stone building. And this kind of continues like this for about like three staircases before you then turn to the left, and there's another staircase down, and it seems like it's doing this again. So you could kind of continue down and taking like a staircase of about 10 feet down, forward for about 20 feet, staircase about 10 feet down, forward about 20 feet. And you do this and you're kind of like moving in these 60-foot squares before you go through like one set, two sets, three. And you're starting to recognize like you're getting deep underground. You're starting to feel like a chill to the air. Like everything about being underground this far is pretty well, like I think it stops at like a 67 degrees. Like it feels chilly to your flesh and bones as you're kind of like moving down into this place. But you guys kind of continue down, turning once, twice, three, four, five, and eventually you get to like the sixth turn. And as you like turn around that corner, you face like another 20-foot kind of like corridor ahead of you and a set of stone doors that you see like in a similar way, like the stone is like live edge like welded together as if it were a very smooth front to this stone, but all of these different like pieces of like silver blue stone seem to make up like this single door, as if it were cut out of like a flat piece of shale.
Somebody's trying to keep their activities quiet, but suppose this is probably what we're here for.
There's an awful lot going on below this city. You don't really realize when you're just going about your day, but the more you start spending time underground, the more you realize there's a lot more to it.
Rock on, man, you're telling me.
Yeah, Terry, you goblin folk are pretty comfortable underground, yeah?
I mean, I'm less comfortable, but yeah, oh, we grew up here.
Well, shall we? Everybody keep your eye out too for any sort of symbols. And I would just be kind of looking as we go for any markings to see like who this cult potentially is or if we know anything about.
Gotcha. Roll a perception here. So you've come through all of this and not really seen anything that kind of like puts any symbolism or any symbology into any of this structure that you've walked into. You've found there's definitely just like a clean kind of stonework. They're using like a single kind of like maybe kind of odd, like bluish kind of like metallic silver kind of stone that doesn't seem entirely kind of what you've ever really seen like around. It's almost like kind of polished, maybe. That's kind of your like thought of what kind of makes this stone a little bit like special, like that maybe somebody's polishing as if it were like a wood, to bring like an extra special sheen to it. But it's not until you guys actually open this door at the bottom that you see, like, as you like open the door, there's like a magic woven into this structure, and you're like charging like an entire kind of like system of this stone. As you like draw that door open, you almost see like this blue kind of like silver like threads kind of reaching from one door to the next, and it's like in just a moment of kind of like opening this, like something's still there, it's woven between these doors, and you've not really like broken it apart, but you've definitely strained it, and you can kind of like catch yourself as you're like going to open this.
So I would just like, I guess, point it out to them, see if we recognize what is this? Some sort of like trap or something?
Do each of you have, or neither of you have Arcana?
Nope.
Um, Let me just see. Um, I guess really Jinx, do a Arcana with advantage here.
14.
At this point, you're kind of picking up that there's something that this room, this like I want to say like monoculture of stone that they use to create this room is creating some sort of a charge to it, which means you've likely already broken this tie once. This time you're just noticing it. So you don't necessarily expect a different result if you open these doors, but whatever you've already done, you seem to be doing again by trying to open these. I think that's kind of like where I'm going to say, like, you kind of like have a sense of what magically is going on here. Something about this stone, though, is doing this.
Maybe it's some sort of alarm system, and we're just sort of like alerting somebody of our presence. Creepy.
What do you think? Should we? I mean, it seems like we've already tripped it. If that's what it is, to
Yeah, I
retreat.
think the damage is done. We should proceed.
Gotcha. So you pull it back open, kind of like break through that like kind of instantaneous moment where you were able to actually see these like magical threads between these doors. You kind of pull it open, and you are looking down a hall that connects at the other side of these doors, and you can see that there's doors to your right, doors to your left, about five on each side that are almost like side by side. There's next to no space, maybe a foot, probably closer to like 8 to 10 inches between each of these doorways along like this 10 or 20 feet of corridor ahead of you here. Probably about 25 feet ish that you're able to spot. You can see these five doors on each side, 10 doors, my bad. So you're kind of like looking down this area that just other side of the door, five more doors on each side, and then like darkness kind of ahead. You can see that there are markings on each of the doors. I think it's probably acceptable to say that you can see, like on the right, you can see seven. Wait, what would it be? Um, like 4, 5, 6, and 7. Like 4 and 5 to your right, 6 and 7 to your left.
I don't suppose we got any ideas which way to go or which door to try. Could each do one.
Dalton will. I was just thinking that, and Dalton will kind of gesture to the first set of doors, kind of facing each other on the opposite sides of the wall, and will suggest maybe Jinx go to one, Dalton go to the other, and then the other two kind of uh, Neff and Terry just kind of hold, um, and then maybe kind of like try to open the doors around the same time.
Gotcha. Neff's gonna look at you too, and she like looks down on her piece of paper. 18. 1-8. 18.
Oh wait, but isn't there only 10 doors?
Must be another set.
Oh, I got you. That makes sense. Does it look like if we continue down the hallway past those doors, that there is a turn or anything, or more doors?
So you take the first few steps out, and uh what was it? It's Jinx and Neff. Jinx and Neff are probably like halfway down, so they're by like door 3 and door 8, and you can see 9 and 10 on your left, 2 and 1 on your right here. And Dalton and Terry come out, and you guys are like right behind them.
So do we keep going then? We see if the numbers continue, or
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean,
I suppose it could be doors 1 and 8, but if we're looking for one person, that doesn't really seem to make sense.
Dalton, I like you. You think outside the box. That's a good thing. So
Let me
right now, sorry, it's pretty dark down here, and like we're only able to see basically because of the light source.
Dalton
not
does have a lamp if we wanted to get some more light.
at present. It is indeed very dark down here. There's no other light other than your light source at present.
Yeah, so I think just in case, Dalton is going to light up his hooded lantern.
All right. So as you two pass by, my bad, it should be 8 cells right now. As you guys pass by these first like 8 cells, you're kind of like moving off in this direction until you get to more kind of like hall, and then it starts to open up, and you can see one door in front of you, and this door again kind of shows up as that like stone that's almost welded together with metal. But my apologies. Part of what I was getting at is when Dalton walks through the door, when you guys leave that hall behind you, the door doesn't need shut, because the moment you step out of that and nobody's occupying that space, that wall is going to like, or that door is going to become a wall. As you basically step through, you just like look behind you, Dalton. If anything catches your sense, you'll notice that there's now a wall behind you. And you'll basically kind of like have this quick little catch. But yeah, you guys are looking down one path forward. There's 4 rooms in front of you that are 1 through 8. My apologies. And then you have like another room ahead of you. There's a door straight ahead of you.
So yeah, I would just continue on forward then.
And Dalton
Gotcha.
would, of course, alert them to the fact that the door behind him seems to have disappeared.
Of course. I mean, I didn't expect anything less than to be trapped underground by a magical wall.
As you pass forward, moving towards this door ahead of you, that's again those like stone kind of setup, you'll see that there's another hall to your left, and you can make out at least one or two more of these doors. And then you can see more doors like into the gloom, like where your sight's kind of giving. And those are off to your left. Like if you turn left, you can go towards more of the doors, or if you go straight ahead, you're my bad. These are also the stone doors as well. Or you can go towards that like singular door that was straight ahead.
Oh, so we're kind of at like a T, and we can either go straight forward or to the left, and we can see a single door in front or multiple doors. But where we're at, can we see um numbers on those other ones?
The single door in front of you is not numbered. If you move a little bit closer towards that left direction, you can spot that the next two numbers that you see are I think 24 and 25. So you can spot probably like 23, 24 on your left, 25, 26 on your right.
This doesn't look right. They're too high. And as I'm like seeing these doors, are they like just big stone doors and then it's just like completely solid stone around each one of them? Or are there like bars? Like, am I like seeing in when to like cells? Is there any like windows or anything into them? Or is it just all like stone and then just a door?
Roll a. I think it's kind of got to be Arcana again. Roll an Arcana.
15.
As you walk down that like first hall of eight doors, like doors marked one through eight, you kind of get a sense like the stones are like these flat silver blue, like kind of like almost like marble, but the stone is like that color, and it seems like welded together, almost like you would have stained glass kind of welded together. And you might recognize like stained glass from like visiting like the Sisters of Dyra, where you like get this immediate sensation like not only are the numbers marked on these doors, but that actual like part where the number is would make a remarkable good window, but it's opaque stone right now. But you kind of have this thought, like where you like thinking back to being like in the Sisters of Dyra Chapel, and you're like, this is how you weld the glass together to make stained glass. We just walked through a magical hall of that turned back into a normal wall behind you. This is like magical stone, and that probably is a window, but right now it's opaque. Oh, I hear you lit up, but I don't see or I don't hear you. Oh, that might have been because I went to do a screenshot. My bad.
Magic is absolutely fascinating. It seems like there's always so much more. The deeper you get, the deeper it leads you.
This is starting to feel like some sort of prison to me.
I mean, what is this magical stone? Have you ever seen anything like this?
Uh, New to me.
And so much of it, too. It's interesting.
Let me have each of you roll a history.
7.
And
Well, go to Jinx again to recognize, like, when Dalton says this is a prison, Jinx remembers that Dalton knows that Madoff's asylum is on this street, and Jinx immediately recognizes you guys are now inside of Madoff's asylum.
This must be the sort of back way in or out.
Well, given how that door disappeared behind us, I'm pretty sure they don't want anyone getting out. And me, the player, is thinking this is a Hotel California situation. You check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Do you think Dalton's walking back to investigate that wall?
I feel like, yeah, I feel like he would want to. He wants to see if there's if they're really kind of trapped down here. He figures there must be, maybe there's some sort of like magical passphrase or something. But yeah, I think he'll go back and kind of as he realizes where we are, check the wall and try and see if it's solid, if he can feel anything that might feel like a door.
It's
Gotcha.
actually a
So,
really
like,
good. It's actually a really good idea, Dalton. I hadn't even occurred to me. Sometimes the pessimist in me takes over. I just assumed the worst, that we were trapped.
so as you guys move like backward and kind of pass by those cells like 4 and 5, and you're starting to like look along this wall, Dalton kind of like looking over the wall and kind of think there must be like a passphrase. Like Neffy kind of like looks down at the piece of paper, and she kind of like takes a few moments and um, Madoff, we're in Madoff's. And she like looks at the paper a few more times, and there's um and she kind of has um like scramble of like Madoff's name. I don't have one in mind at present. I don't have like the um but say it's like I feel like Damoth is like something I can like look at it and see and just kind of like recognize like she's got this phrase that's just like a scramble of the name like Madoff. And she kind of like takes a moment and like just kind of like whispering these names until eventually she like whispers it. And that door is going to form again in front of you. And you'll see like the hallway. If you open up the door, kind of the hallway is between.
Dalton's going to give a big sigh of relief as that happens, and thank the gods. Was on your little paper there, Neff. Well, at least we know we can get out. We have to.
Yeah, what else is written on that little paper of yours?
Kind of like shows it to you, and it's just like a bunch of like scratched in like information. Kind of looking at it, it's not going to make much sense at all because it's little bits of a bunch of different things, and you can already see where she's got like the letters that spell Madoff's names in completely different portion like parts of the paper. And like the number 1 and 8 are completely kind of like separated on it. It's just a bunch of like scratched in things that she like heard and wrote down. So it's kind of like looking at it and solving a riddle, because if you guys are smart enough to ask the right questions, I'll give you an answer. But as you kind of like look around this room, you spot that there is another hall down to the south that you just didn't see as you kind of like walked out of the uh kind of like walked out of that like doorway. You saw the doors in front of you, didn't necessarily catch what was kind of in the shadows to the side, but there was another hall to the south. were you to check those numbers, you can see, I think that's 10 and 16, 9 and 16.
Dalton will kind of look towards Jinx and might be down this way.
18 is the magic number. So yeah, I think we go down that way.
Dalton is thinking, imagine they must keep the worst of the worst down here.
So as you move down this next area, you get to where there's cell um, 12 and 13 is on your right, and there's another like open kind of area, very much like the one that you kind of came in from the wall, that like looks in this direction, and then has a hall on your right when you walk into that opening. But you can kind of see down that hall, and you move out of this area and down that hall to look. You would see those numbers are 33 and 34.
Oh wait, so we saw 10 and 16.
Yeah, you've seen 1 through 16 walking down both of the halls that lead off of where you walked in. Walking down the next hall from each of these, which almost would like come back together between those, you had late 20s and early 30s. So you've kind of walked in almost the circle and come to areas where 18 is not marked on any of these. That section seems to be missing.
I think we were supposed to go the other way. That was the early, late 20s, early 30s. It looks like there's 16 in a set, so we probably just missed it.
I think we should go through that unmarked door. Perhaps they double back on themselves. Right, because that unmarked door at the end of like 1 through 16. I don't think we went through. Dalton's thinking maybe it kind of like continues on and then kind of comes back around.
Yeah, so you want to check that other door?
Yeah, I feel like yeah. I don't have another idea at this point, but I'm thinking maybe we'll get lucky and it'll start up again at 17 on the other side.
My bad. I'm gonna do a quick little draw. Gotcha. So you had like 1 through 8 in that area, 9 through 16 on that one. 30s walking down that one, and like 20s when you look down that one. And then the door was on like this side. Is that where you guys were kind of thinking here?
Yeah, that was Dalton's thought to go through that door at the end, so on the left up there.
And that's where
Or
we're at right now, is by that door.
So here's the thing. I don't want it to be like unknown basically that you guys find the 30s and you're like still basically at this corner, just like you found the 20s, and you were still basically at that corner there. So I don't want there to not to be the sense that you guys could potentially like look in this direction as well at each of those points, but you do already know that that door is there. But at present, you guys would be in this circle, like that I'm kind of marking with the X right now, in the lower right side of this.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize we hadn't done a full kind of
Yeah, you
closed
haven't
square.
really looked fully over either noticing the 20s were there or when you notice the 30s are there. Each of those are still kind of in the moment where you like saw the evidence that this is not where you're going to find 18.
Just to be thorough, we should probably do a before we go through that door. Guess we should do a full circuit.
Sure, no reason to leave uncharted territory.
Gotcha. So you're going to move through those 30s and continue like moving down and to the left kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So as you move in this direction, you're going to notice that there are three of these doors on the right and four on the south or on the left side. And they're, what is it? I think 31 through 32 on the right, and then 33 through, what is it, 37 on that left side before you come to another kind of open area and a hall that continues forward or a door that leads to the right. And it's another one of these stone doors, but there's no number on it.
And we're basically missing 17 and 18. But other than that, we have like 1 through like 30 something.
You saw like mid 20s, so you're not entirely sure what you're missing, but you do know you have not seen 17, 18, um, or like 19. You've not seen those late teens.
Okay, I got you.
I guess Dalton will suggest we try going down that other hallway before we go through another of the unmarked doors.
Yeah, so now we basically just have unexplored the 20s. And then we have one door at the top of the 20s and one door at the bottom of the 20s. And we're sort of like at the bottom of the 20s right now.
Theoretically, if you're connecting a square, that door is looking to the north, potentially towards the 20s.
Okay, I got you.
Um,
So yeah, I would say
the
that.
other door is looking away from it. The straight hallway is in theoretically the same direction as the other door that you guys have on the other direction.
So yeah, I would say try to complete the circuit, and then we have all the information. We can go from there.
Gotcha. Completing the circuit here would be turning and going through that door.
That's cool
Yeah,
with you, Colton?
yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right. So this door, when you go to like open it, there's an actual handle. And when you go to open it, the door itself is going to be locked. You don't feel it move at all. And you'll basically like start to like notice like when you put your hand on the door handle, there's like a lock that forms, and there's basically some sort of magical level of you putting your hand on that door, there's a lock that forms there, and you could try to pick this lock.
That's why I brought these, and Dalton will pull out his newly acquired thieves tools, and like I said, not particularly skilled with them, but give it a
Do
shot.
you want me to backseat drive?
I think I think I'll be all right, Terry. Why don't you just keep an eye out on that hallway
I
down that
mean,
way?
it might be advantageous to have me telling you everything that you're doing wrong.
Let me try it on my own first, and then we'll see.
I mean, you sure about that, Dalton? Terry's actually on to something here. He is quite proficient. So him just in your ear, basically just telling you just don't do this over and over again, does seem rather compelling. And I'll give you bardic inspiration.
With like every single thing that you do wrong, I'll let you know. I'm friends like that, man. I'll criticize everything you do.
And I appreciate that, Terry. I really do. But I think your skills are better put to use keeping watch.
I mean,
Terry, let me
how
ask
do
you
you live
this.
your life skills?
I'll like try to distract Terry, and I'll say, Terry, let me ask you this. I've heard some stories that you can get a little bit what's the word for it? Bossy, commanding, demanding in combat. Is any of this true, or is Seraph being sensitive?
Oh no, I'll tell a motherfucker what to do. You're
I
not
heard that
doing your
about
job,
you.
Paul.
I heard that about you. I heard there was sort of like a in a group struggle for I don't know, like who was in charge, like a commander, leader.
If you gotta ask, Terry's in charge.
Damn straight, Terry. I like that about you. I like that about you. So yeah, I'll just keep him like distracted away from you while you're picking the lock.
All right, so that it's just a flat D20, right?
It's a dexterity still, so you do have your dexterity.
Okay.
And technically, it's something you're non-proficient in, so it's half proficiency as well. If you want to roll a die and take half, you're welcome to.
Okay. So dexterity is all right. So that's 18, and then plus.
Fucking bards, always getting away with the extra with the jack of
Uh,
all trades.
all right. So 19 then.
19.
And
Um.
bardic inspiration too. Were you gonna do use that?
Oh yeah.
Uh, yeah, because Dalton he knows he's not that skilled, so I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, he'll use it. All right, so another 7 to that. So 26.
Nice, dude.
Gotcha. Yeah, wise choice. So you're kind of like fooling around in there, and you definitely there's times where Terry is like looking over his shoulder to kind of see, like you're able to distract him, but he's not fully distracted here. But you guys are kind of like manipulating with this, and as you kind of try to like feel around in this lock, you're definitely starting to like imagine it in your mind's eye, and you start to notice that like the more that you're actually imagining the lock and doing what you're thinking about in your head, the more you can actually feel the tumblers of this rock, of this lock. And there's definitely like these moments where you get like a different pin here and you start to lose it and you like lose the pin. You come really close to losing this lock entirely until there's that last like moment of clarity where you just think about how much Jinx trusts you and that little bit of inspiration, and you're able to like form this clear concept of the lock in your head. You get those last few pins into motion and you start to put the actual force on the lock to turn it, and you pop this door open. Looking down this hallway, you can see those mid 20s. I think this is 25 on your right, 26 on your left. So you see basically that little bit of these are those late 20s. You guys are now essentially like know that you're missing room 17 through I think 23 that you do not have accounted for in this square that you've kind of walked around. You have the door in front of you on the left side, or behind you, like if you just kind of like walked backwards, there would be that hall on your left side. But right now, you guys have made a square circuit, and there's the door left or the hall left. There's only going in that, like from this view, left.
All right, Dalton. I said it before. You're good at thinking outside the box. Which way do we go?
All right, so we got 1 through 8, 9 through 16, and the hallway we haven't explored is to the left. That is at the end of the 9 to 16, or at the end of.
Um, it's between the 30s and the 20s to the left. The door is between the single digits and the 20s.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, my
Uh,
bad. I forgot I even had that map still up. I could have actually written on it.
Your first instinct was to go for the door. Maybe we should just trust that.
but then it would seem. In Maybe we try the hall. The only thing I can think of is again that it's not a 1 8 18, but 1 8. Perhaps I don't know exact. Let's try the hall first.
I'm right there with you. If there's a rhyme, there's a reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So Dalton will start heading down for that the hallway, kind of leaving the door for now.
Gotcha. So as you guys continue forward down the hall, between the 20s and the 30s there, you are kind of looking forward, and eventually like this hall kind of breaks and the light starts to scatter into a wider kind of open area. So you don't see like initially where the light's landing to your right or to your left, but you eventually start to see as you come to the edge of it, your light is kind of casting on the shadow of this large object that seems to be floating in this kind of open space. You're kind of like blackness all around you as your light just doesn't seem to be hitting anything all around you except for this singular large object floating in the center of this darkness. There's still floor beneath your feet. You can see that floor. So it's not like you're walking into a void, but like all around you, like besides like that floor, you're not seeing the walls and you're not seeing the ceiling, just whatever that object is that floats apparently in this room.
Oh, that's not creepy at all. Dalton's gonna look back towards Jinx and not sure this is the way we want to be going. After all,
What is that? Some sort of like magical prison device?
is it like a spherical object, or does it look like anything in particular?
Vaguely spherical, but do a perception here. And both of you roll this perception.
15 for me.
And 22.
So it's definitely not like wholly spherical. There's undulations all throughout it that make it seem oddly shaped. Um, Eventually, Jinx kind of ventures just a little bit into this like open space to get enough light on it that Jinx, you're able to start to see like this isn't just like a fleshy object that is also this big sphere. This is like a very pale, white, almost translucent flesh that you can see the bits of blood kind of pumping, like this bluish purple blood through this creature. It gives it a little bit of color, but it's almost like completely kind of translucent in how its flesh has seemingly like effectively not been exposed to sunlight. You're kind of seeing signs that whatever this is, it's been here for so long that it's almost translucent into its body, and eventually you kind of start to see enough of its like outer orbish like body that you start to see that there's like a large appendage coming out of one or two places. Let me have each of you make a history, arcana, or animal handling check.
An animal handling check yet? I don't think with Dalton. I'll try that.
Do your best one regardless.
I'm 11 for Arcana.
All right, I'll do history then. That's I'm a little bit better at that.
Gotcha.
21 for history.
All right. So, Jinx, you might be recognizing a little bit of the kind of like arcane nature towards this kind of flesh and being. You've probably enough maybe heard rumors about some of these things that are like almost contrary to the normal sense of magic. Dalton definitely gets enough of the description by the tentacle to start to form a conception of the many different orbed floating aberrations that have eye stalks. And the number of stalks only means you're in worse trouble when you walk in on some sort of a creature. But knowing this size, this is entirely possible to be um holy fuck, my brain just went blank. Um, Spectre, Spectator. I can't
Beholder?
fucking think. Beholder, yeah. By the size of this creature, it wouldn't be so young as to be like a Spectre, Spectator kind of thing. This is likely a Beholder. You don't want to stay and wait to count to 8 eye stalks, but you've basically walked in on something that you're pretty sure you're looking at a Beholder.
So as soon as Dalton kind of realizes that, he's gonna freeze up a bit and then kind of very he's gonna kind of like put his hand on Jinx's shoulder, kind of like hold up a finger to his lips and motion like let's get the hell out of here, move back. We don't want to wake that thing up.
So what is it doing right now? Is it reacting at all to the light? Does it appear to be just like floating asleep or just having not noticed us?
At present, you definitely feel a sense of like it's not notice and or like floating asleep kind of thing. But yeah, like you had, I think that nat 20 on basically like the perceptive ability to get enough light on it that you can see an eye stalk. And that's enough that once you pass it on to Dalton, Dalton's like, holy shit, we should move. But at present, it doesn't seem to recognize that you guys are here.
Yeah, I won't say anything and I'll just like slowly start like backing up.
I don't know where that setting is. But oh my god, do I want it to go back to just automatically putting the fog of war on. All right, so you guys spot it, and you said you're moving back.
Yeah, Dalton's thinking, maybe this is some kind of like guard or something, but regardless, he doesn't want to wake it up if we can help it.
Gotcha. Stealth modifier from you guys. I think you got a total of a +9.
+6 for me, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine
plus
too.
six.
So +12.
Oh, it's a +12. Okay. Harry's in heavy armor, so he's probably just a disadvantage. And I think Neff probably has. Gotcha. So as you guys are kind of like moving out of the hallway and kind of stepping backward, kind of like keeping yourselves as quiet as possible. Um, Theoretically, on this one, you are still in that same order. I'm gonna say, yeah, there's a point where you kind of like hear like a big whooshing sound from inside of that area, and there's eventually like kind of like the opening eyelid of like a big kind of like orange eye that almost like starts to cast light, just almost like glowing out of it down that hallway, and it's just kind of like staring at Jinx and Harry, like at the front of your group, as you guys are kind of like moving back, and then you just kind of like hear from the room ahead, "You're not escapees. What can I do for you?" "Why are you here?"
We just didn't mean to wake you from your slumber. Looking for room 18. We're here to remove a prisoner.
18 is in special isolation or heading presently away. You can continue forward.
So Dalton will glance to Jinx and then to the creature, and he'll kind of nod and uh, thank you. Then we'll just be on our way. And he'll kind of like nudge Jinx and just be like, uh, well, and Dalton will slowly start moving back the way they'd come, or so back, I guess, towards the creature, the beholder.
Right, towards the like, yeah, the open area.
Yeah, definitely moving, slowly. But
Or an interesting group. I've never seen a goblin among the guards previously.
We are an interesting group indeed, but we really should be on our way. We spent a little too much time looking for that room there, so and I'll just sort of like usher towards that way.
So this large room, like you like are walking pretty much like underneath the eye of this beholder. It has an eerie kind of feeling while you're being stared at, and you are disconnected from like magical feelings. The light will go out on your what was it? You got it on your
The
boomerang?
head staff.
Okay, on the staff of healing. And then you like see is like the glow of this thing's like main eye like lights most of this area as you're kind of like walking through this large like octagonal room before you see like a hallway heading out like straight ahead. There's a turn to the right, and then there's stairs down straight ahead.
So Dalton is going to look back towards the beholder and special isolation. That's downstairs. No, sorry again.
Now
New.
left and to the left.
Yeah, right, right. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. We'll get out of your. Sorry. And Dalton will start moving a little more quickly in the to the on the I guess the left hallway.
So you guys like continue down, and like when you come down to the bottom of these stairs, there's a large open room kind of in front of you. You can see four doors to the right, three doors to the left, a door straight ahead, and then a little like hallway before those three doors to the left that seems to continue on, and you can kind of see where it seems to turn to the left. So you have like that sense like special isolation is over here to the left, down to the left you take a left, and bam. So you almost do like kind of a u-turn walking down these stairs left and then left again, and you walk up to this single cell, and this cell is made out of like the same kind of like stone where it has like the kind of like welding between it, but you can see that this one is not numbered. There's no sense of this one has like a viewing window. It's just the stone.
Dalton's gonna glance to Jinx. I think this is it.
So what was giving us the impression this was it?
So Dalton basically was asking the beholder for directions, like he's trying to play because the beholder seems to think we're guards here. So Dalton was like when he said like special isolation, that's downstairs, right? And then the beholder was like, no, no, to the left and then to the left again, special cell. So that's what is making Dalton. And then we went to the left, and then there was another hallway to the left.
Okay, and he said left and then left again. Okay, so we're in like that single cell right there. So yeah, that sounds right to me.
Yeah, my bad. This map I have reveals too much as a DM's map. I never actually made like a player's map of this one. That's part of why I was trying to do more theater of mind here. But yeah, you guys kind of like move across to that, and it's a pretty similar situation here. When you reach out for the like handle of the door, a lock forms on the door.
Dalton's gonna try and
You got lucky, man. Just accept it. Let me backseat drive, and you'll have an easier time. I can help you learn a lot.
I just want to try something first, and this is probably not going to work, but he's going to try and visualize a window into the cell.
So you guys see is like Dalton is just kind of like straining himself, like staring at the door. like putting a couple of fingers to your forehead, just trying to like really force it. I mean, you're not like using like a special spell or like a
No,
portable window, are you?
no, he's just thinking like maybe if I visualize it, just kind of like how the lock appeared when he reached for the door. He's
What's the
almost
South
thinking,
Park thing where they're like and Dalton starts like forcing the door to make a window. You are a window. There is a window. No, it doesn't have any effects. The door seems to remain locked.
Jedi mind trick attempt. Yeah, so he'll stop that and didn't think so. I got it once, Terry. Just let me. I've got this.
Dalton, maybe we should give Terry a try. What just happened right there? Did your brain malfunction or something? You look like you froze up.
Just thinking for a moment.
All right. Well, if you mess this up, I say we give Terry a shot, but we'll give you one more try. Fair enough, Terry? All right, and I'm going to give you Bardic Inspiration again.
I've got this. And Dalton will kind of do a little like he'll like shake his arm, shake his arms, just like almost do like a little stretch, and then he will once again take out the.
Harry's just gonna nudge Jinx. I don't even want to do it. I just want to tell him how it's done.
Yeah, I get it. I honestly think he's being slightly unreasonable, Terry. I mean, there's nothing better than someone in your ear telling you what to do as you're doing it. I mean, assuming the
And
thing.
I'll always tell him the right way. Every time I'll tell him he's doing it wrong.
Yeah, of course. That makes perfect sense to me. But I mean, he's just being stubborn. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, so Dalton will try to pick the lock again, or pick this lock.
You got this.
That's not the pick I would use.
And like Dalton's like inserting the pick just as he says that, and he kind of like jerks it because that's going to be a 5. So I'm not going to bother to
Yeah.
use the
You
inspiration
like
on that.
put the pick in, and there's that moment where you like completely let go of the door handle. The lock disappears, and your pick is now like missing half of the pick.
Oh my god, this is why Terry is my favorite NPC.
That one worked quite well.
You distracted me, Terry.
Just let me help.
And then Dalton's
I'm
going to look.
already saying everything I'm going to say. I'm just saying it to Jinx instead of saying it to you. If I say it to you, you get better. Everybody wins. You hear about all your faults.
I mean, we did say he could, if it didn't, and the so. I mean, let him help. Come on, Terry, give him a hand.
Dalton's going to sigh, and I'm not going to win this argument, am I? All right, Terry.
All right, Terry's gonna literally hop on your back and he's going to ride you while you're doing this, but you can have advantage while you're picking.
All right. All right, I'm going to use my. Good thing I got advantage because that would have been a 1 otherwise. All right, so that's an 18. I am going to use a bardic inspiration as well, or no, 19 because I don't no proficiency, but I am going to use a bardic inspiration again.
Yeah, same thing, honestly. Yeah, same roll too. The DC again was 20. So the inspiration is that like deal breaker on it. But yeah, you guys kind of like take a few moments. There's definitely that like moment where you like almost like lose the handle again and the lock's like about to disappear. And you just kind of like see as Terry just kind of like reaches over you and there's like that last little moment of like nudging the like there's one of the picks that you kind of put in there is just to hold like pressure on it and he just kind of like nudges your finger off to the side like just enough to keep it from like the pressure like loosening and like the kind of like movement that would have made the lock kind of disappear there. He kind of gets it. You pop that last pin into place moments later. You hear the door kind of unlatch, and immediately I need all four of you to roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
I underestimated Terry. 13 on the con save.
And 16. Do we need to roll for that NPCs?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And 16 also.
So Terry would have 11 plus he is proficient in con save, so what, plus 6?
Gotcha. So Dalton had the lowest with a 13.
Yep, 13. And Terry was a
What
17
is your
then.
charisma modifier?
Plus 4.
Gotcha. So, roll a D100 for me, Dalton.
87.
Excellent. So immediately as you open the door, Dalton is going to start to be a source of glowing light as his flesh starts to grow. Next were Jinx and Neferndel both rolled 16, right? Neferndel is she's probably not charisma based. I'm gonna say she passed on that one. Jinx, can you please roll a D100?
Yeah, my charisma was 7. $69.
Ace. Um, okay, you don't quite see what that is. And then Terry had a 17. He's got no reason to have a charisma bonus, so I think he's gonna pass as well. So yeah, as you guys open the door, you just kind of have this like immediate sensation of like warmth, kind of like push over both Dalton and Jinx. Both of you feel like this weird warmth kind of like like move through your body. Dalton, you are now glowing as if light were cast on you. And you see in front of you a small humanoid figure who seems to be maybe like between like 20 and like 40. They're like crunched up into a ball with like medium length, almost foot long hair. Doesn't seem to have been combed in a long time. And this person's just kind of like pushed over themselves, like hunched in the smallest little ball that they can form. And as you kind of like start to glow, see the littlest bit of movement as they kind of look up, and you just start to hear. They're just like screaming and laughing. There's like pleasure and pain in every moment of this person as they're kind of like looking up at you, and it's just ringing through the silence of this place. What are you guys doing?
So Dalton is going to move to step forward once he looks at his like hands and stuff. Can I'm assuming he can see the light emanating from himself now.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So he kind of like takes it, probably for a few seconds. He's kind of just like staring at himself, and then um, he's gonna move to step into the cell and looking at this, kind of maniacally laughing And they're laughing aloud, right? It's not just in their heads.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're definitely incredibly loud.
Yeah. So Dalton's gonna kind of step into the cell, and looking down at this figure. What did you do? What did you do to me?
Within moments of talking to this person, you're going to come to the realization that they are completely mad. There's only the slightest sensation that you even get that they are even seeing you in front of them, whether they are like completely hallucinating something different is kind of other. You're only sometimes getting the sensation that they recognize that you're there. And the like cackle just kind of continues on.
I felt something funny. Dalton, you don't look so good. I think we set off some kind of trap or something. If I look over this creature, person, whatever, can I see any signs of like what I would construe as chaos tech?
Looking over this person, you're gonna see that they seem to be stripped and they're almost wearing just like a like rice sack of cloth. It's almost like just a hole cut in the head, hole cut in sleeves, but otherwise just like cloth kind of thrown over their head.
So can I kind of get a little closer and try to get a better look if I see any like mutations or like augmentations or anything?
Gotcha. Yeah, when you say that you kind of felt that warmth, you probably would have heard Neffy and Tori kind of say, or Terry say, that they didn't really feel anything of that nature. But yeah, as you kind of like close it in and kind of move closer to them, you can like see closer and closer. Nothing seems to be apparent. You can kind of like almost like move your hands through their hair or kind of like holding them to like look in their eyes, like taking a chance to feel their scalp. Doesn't feel like there's any sort of like um modifications done to this person. They seem humanoid. They seem like, like this incredibly old 20-year-old or like a 40-year-old kind of thing. Like you can't really make out their age because it just seems like somebody who's just been like ravaged by time almost.
I can't imagine this would be of any use to anyone, and I don't see any signs of chaos tech. Oh no, where could we have steered wrong here?
So Dalton's gonna turn to the. He's gonna look on the. Is there? Does the door appear to be on this side as well? And he's essentially Dalton's looking for like any sign of any like runes or anything because he didn't feel that kind of warmth until we opened the door. So he's looking for anything that looks like it could be like magical, like sigils or runes that might be like essentially keeping whatever the effect that hit them like contained.
So you all could fit inside of the room holding this person. It's basically a 10 by 10 cell. Does that include then, like, you're looking to have all of you go into that room and close the door? Is that what you mean? Or are you trying to look like with the door open and you're still like outside looking between, like outside and inside kind of thing?
Yeah, I think Dalton does not want to close the door and take a risk of trapping himself in here with this laughing figure. So he would be trying to do it with the while keeping the door open.
So I think you can easily have that sensation that there is something about this stone that may have been protecting you from whatever did happen. But you also probably have the greatest sense that the stone like makes solid links almost. You might have the idea kind of like that the hall was a singular unit kind of thing. That perhaps these cells are singular units. And that having the door shut is like that final like lock in place. That maybe opening the door was um
Well,
part of the
gotcha,
cause.
gotcha. So they like broke the seal. Yeah, I think it's so. Dalton's gonna he's gonna step back out to the other side because he doesn't like being too close to this guy. Still kind of every so often kind of glancing at the kind of the light emanating and kind of looking towards Jinx and you whatever this is, I think it's coming from him.
No, I think there's been like spells cast here when you open a door without like releasing, sort of like a defensive like trap or something like that. Whatever it was, it triggered and cast. It looks like light on you.
Never know anything else on that piece of paper that might give us some idea what the heck's going on. Was there anything on there about? You just said what power, right? Any sense of what this
Mm,
this tavern looks like or used to look like?
I don't really think there's any information about what Tavin looks like. It was really just the name and the cell, the entrance. I mean, I don't know what else to look for.
Do we see any numbers on the other like cells down here in this room?
Like you could go back and check out that other room. Are you going alone?
Yeah, it's just a couple feet, right? Like, was it 20 feet back or whatever? I'm not like
Yeah,
going
I
all
mean
the
it's
way
like
down. Yeah,
30
yeah,
feet down the hallway.
yeah, yeah.
So
I'll do that.
my bad. These are 10-foot squares. That was part of. Gotcha. So you can kind of head back down and you like just look at that first one to your left of those like three there. You can see that each of those do have numbers. I think those are going to be 19, 20, and 21. And then you can see um that the door along that like left wall is unnumbered. And then I think 17. Damn, I feel like I did it different, did it wrong. I think shit. I think I said originally it should be 17, 19, 20, 21 on the left side, 22, 23, and 24 on the right side. I think that was the idea that I was originally going for. That 17 and 19 were side by side. Um, but yeah, all of the cells out here are numbered. And you come to that resolution that 18 is the only unnumbered one. Do you try to open any of the doors out there?
No, I'm not gonna mess with any of them. I'm just gonna go back and just kind of say like, I mean, this got to be the right one. I found 17, 19, 20, everything but 18. This has got to be our boy. You try saying the name to it, see if he gets any kind of reaction out of him.
I think you already basically have said, was it Tevin Zith? And there's no reaction. This person is insane, laughing, giggling, screaming, pleasure, pain.
I just don't know what possible use this person could be to anyone.
Well, you said you felt the warmth too, right? And but you're not glowing like I am. So I mean, if there is some sort of effect this person's having on us, imagine that might be why something like a chaos cult would want to get a hold of him.
Oh, you mean you think that he did that to you?
Something inside him, or I mean, I really don't know how that chaos tech works, but
Sure, sure. Maybe it's not chaos tech at all, and I had just made a erroneous presumption. That would actually make sense if he has some ability to sort of cast random or crazy magical effects, either intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe when we entered the room, he hit us with them because we broke that magic barrier or anti-magic barrier.
so, um, not knowing how it's how this is happening, certainly wouldn't want to how dangerous it could be. Sorry, I'm freaking out a little bit. Light is. I certainly don't think we want to be handing him over to the Brotherhood. Not that we know just what the extent of these whatever this is.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like you went straight from A to B on that one because the thought that he's even ours to hand over to anyone. I mean, what the hell is that thing? I've heard of the holders of those types of creatures before, but I mean, I've never seen one before. And let's just assume, for whatever reason, that we've convinced that we're supposed to be here. We try to walk out of here with that guy. There is no effing way that thing is gonna let us, unless I'm missing something here.
No, I think you've got the right of it there.
All right. So, did you also notice that? Okay, let me ask you something, Gerard, before I say this wrong or whatever. You said when the beholder's eye like looked at my light that it went out. Did it light back up after the eye wasn't looking at it, or did I later have to recast it?
I'm pretty sure you later had to recast it.
Okay, so I would share that with Dalton then. That basically it appeared like it like dispelled magic when it was looking at it.
Gotcha. So Dalton was able to. So he got got a sense of what this creature might be. But does he know anything about like what their rumored abilities are, or like what could have been what could have caused that effect on Jinx's spell?
I think at some point, dispel magic is certainly within the grounds for you guys to understand. I'm pretty sure bards have access to it, and it's a third level spell. So wait, actually, dispel I feel like is first level.
No, it's you're right. You're right. It
It is
is
first.
because yeah, I was about to take it.
All right, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, once you guys can have something that you can potentially take, I don't think it's like crazy for you to understand that the magic exists. And I think usually I like the concept that at very least you have an idea of spells that you can get the next time you level. So that's when you would start to learn about these things. So you would have learned about dispel magic, say around like level 4, and kind of understood the potential that there is magic that stops other magic. But I think that's probably like where this is almost just seeing something in action. It wouldn't necessarily ring as this is an anti-magic field. It's more that you would understand the basis of the magic, that it's a dispel of some sort.
Okay, yes, kind of just wanted to don't want to, you know,
Oh
uh,
no, you're fine on that one. There's a lot of ways to play that. Beholders are such a quintessential part of the game. I feel like they are the most like known of the aberrations. With like damn it, why can't I think of the squid people? Um
mind flayers, lithids.
Mind flayers, yeah, as like the next kind of most obvious. But it's almost like because they're like the horrors that people talk about, not because they're the most common thing for you to come across, but they're the ones that people also talk about.
Okay, yeah,
Because especially a spectator, like spectators are meant to be like the beholder that you see almost regularly if there's any sense of aberrations being in an area. Like spectators just kind of bleed through like the universes almost. So yeah, I think you guys can vaguely understand that like Madoff might, like the beholder, might have recognized you guys as not people who are meant to be kept in cells, but there's also like no sense of, like it fearing that you're gonna take somebody out of a cell. It's like it should come off as so cocky that that's how shit goes down, is because people make that mistake of being too cocky. Our security is perfect. Or, ooh, the best one ever. My ship can't sink.
yeah. I don't know, Jinx. Now might be best just try and get out. Maybe formulate a bit more of a formal plan now that we have a little bit of a better idea of just what's going on.
I've already got a pretty good plan. Hear me out. So we bonk this guy, all right? And then we cast invisibility on him and one other party member. And then the two of them, well, the unconscious bonk guy and then the party member, sneak out while the other party members distract the beholder creature, fleshy eyeball.
But suppose we get this fellow. Suppose that works and we get the fellow out. If there is some sort of weird power coming from him, do we really want to bring him out onto the streets? I mean, he's clearly insane. Maybe it's best to just leave him here.
Like, do you mean as like a moral dilemma? Like, you don't want to cause like harm to the city with like random magic, or like for fear of death? Because I mean, I mean, we're here for the money, right? Because this guy's valuable, or one way or another valuable.
Well, we know the Brotherhood wants him. That's what Neffy said, but didn't really know why. I mean, bringing him to the Brotherhood, the idea was that it might cement our influence with them, but I don't know. I mean, this light's, annoying, I suppose, but who knows what else he can do? I'm just not comfortable
So if he's too powerful to hand over to the Brotherhood, he has to be too powerful to just leave here. Because, I mean, who's to say one chaos cult is better or worse than another one? Right now, he's in the hands of evil. So we've got to get him out of here. I mean, right? If we're going to do something for good, if we're going to do something for money, he's valuable. If we're going to do something to get favor of the cult, he seems almost too powerful to turn over. I think we have an obligation to take him from them.
But bring him where, and can't exactly just parade him through the streets.
I mean, once he's bonked and invisible, that lasts for about an hour or so. Hopefully, if it goes to plan, we can get him somewhere decent, maybe turn him into the church. I mean, maybe turn him over to, you know, his next existence, whatever, but too powerful to just leave with them, no?
Neferndel, who gave you that information you do have? Maybe we could find out more from them on just what we're dealing with here.
Gave is an interesting way of talking about things. A lot of times people are just talking about stuff, and I collect the information.
Gave in the broadest possible sense.
I mean, look at a little chicken scratch note over here. It looks like something out of Rain Man. I mean, he obviously just been kind of piecing this together like some kind of detective. Worked pretty good so far, no?
Yeah, there's just a few people who come into Cranberries and they seem to talk every once in a while, and I write down what they have. And it seemed like they were going to be acting pretty soon here.
I mean, you clearly tapped into a network. You keep coming up with some pretty good leads. What you think, Dalton? You want to do the right thing? You want to do the fun thing? You want to make some money? What are we thinking here?
Well, you keep talking about making money, but no one's offered to pay us for him yet.
Come on now. Something like this? Something like that, Gardner? This guy's worth big money. Big money.
I'm sure, but I don't know. We've already released one crazy monster on the city. Not really sure I want to potentially release another one.
Not sure what you're referring to.
Don't you remember that Hydra?
Hydra, Hydra. No, doesn't ring a bell. I mean, right? And they do like give you the wink, like, "Hey, we're not supposed to talk about that."
All right. Yeah, right. I see your point, but I don't know if we could find some way to suppress. I don't know, just until we know what exactly he is, or what exactly this is causing this thing. It's not sure we should move him. I mean, we could keep an eye. We could try to. We know someone's coming for him. We could try to intercept them before they get here. We try and learn a bit more information, but just feel like if we try to take him out, we'd be essentially walking around with a bomb that could explode at any moment.
I mean, let's not blow this out of proportion. I mean, like, I felt the funny warm feeling and you glow. I wouldn't call him a bomb.
Well, you're assuming that's the worst of it.
Touche. Touche. I'll give that to you. I mean, we came all this way. What are we going to do? Just put it back and go home?
I'm not saying we just abandon him forever. I'm just saying we should think about our next move.
Opportunities like this don't come up very often. And typically, when they do, there's a limited window on things. We don't know how long they're going to keep him here, what they're going to do to him, or even how long he's going to be kept alive for. So I would hate to just walk away.
Well, all right. How about this then? We've gotten in here. We know the Brotherhood wants him. Maybe now we go tell the Brotherhood we figured out a way to get him out, and maybe when we tell them that, we'll learn more about just why they want them, and that way we can figure out what would be the best course of action. But I'm not just going to help you sneak him out now without more information. Right, I'm going to have to put my foot down on that.
I mean, I find it rather hard to believe that you're just going to leave me here and not help me get out. But I do respect your opinion, and I appreciate that. And this is not a bridge that I'm willing to die on. So, if this is the way you want to handle it, I can see.
Like I said, I'm not saying we just abandon him here forever and walk away entirely. I'm just saying we need to think carefully about what we do next.
I mean, if we leave here right now, and this guy is some sort of weird magic randomness battery or something like that, or whatever the hell he is, if he's half as dangerous as you say he is or think he might be, there's no knowing what kind of damage could be done to this city, to this world, if they do whatever it is they're planning on doing with him.
Well, I agree. That's why I don't. But if we know they're coming for him, we know he's here. Maybe we can set a trap, or you know, if we have to. But we don't know that they're coming like now. Now, and if we do sneak him out, where are we going to take him? If we had some way to suppress whatever whatever effect is causing.
I mean, it's not like it's unheard of. One of those, what's that, anti magic collar? We could always get one of those little collars, and you just put them around the neck, and then the no magic. I mean, that's a thing. It's not necessarily what I want to spend my pocket coin on, but if need be, let's not pretend like there's not methods.
Right, but uh, we don't have any of that stuff on us at the moment.
So that's what you want to do. You want to just close up the door and just walk out of here like we own the place and call it a wrap.
Just think we need to take some time and figure out our next move.
Well, like I said, it's not a bridge I'm willing to die on, so we'll have it your way on this one.
So locking them back up, putting the door back, getting you guys out of there, heading back up.
Yeah, I think Dalton's gonna close the door back up. Um, I mean, we could also, keep, you know, investigating see what's through that other unmarked door. Um,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Going to check out the other door.
yeah.
You
I mean,
do find
I just feel like Dalton is not going to. Again, like I'm just trying to play Dalton, like he doesn't want to bring this guy. He has no idea how this stuff works, or you know, what other effects this guy could cause. So I feel like he would not want to just like bring him out.
and that is perfectly fine. So you guys can continue off to that door to the west. It is locked. It will be locked in the same way as the others.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you with inspiration again.
Well, Terry, hate to admit it, but you helped me out the last time.
I told you I can see everything you're doing wrong, and I can tell you how to do it the right way.
If you don't mind the glow, hop on. And he'll kind of, but otherwise he will take out the lock picks and try to get the door open. That time, I think I'll save the bardic inspiration. It should be a 23.
Yeah, same kind of setup. Solid like feel of your like mind's eye of what the lock is kind of formed as. You're able to open up the door, open it up into this large kind of like darkness in front of you. But you guys can explore at least like the first like 30 or 40 feet, entering into like some cave system that all of this is the initial part of. But that is for another day. You guys continue off down that way, or are you going to double back?
Oh, you mean like keep exploring or leave?
Yeah, on some level, if you guys head down into the caves off to the left there, that is ending the session. We're already over, but like if you guys were still doing anything in here other than just planning on leaving, we could potentially accomplish something else. But at present, it looks like a ending point for the day.
I mean, we could also speak to Matt, the Beholder. Um, Maybe they could tell us like how long has this guy been here? Like, how did he end up here? Try and play it off as just curiosity on our part.
So I think the real question is, do we want to end the session still here and then be able to pick up with access, or do we want to like leave and then pick up basically like from wherever on the next session? Is that kind of what we're getting at?
I mean, I give you guys no promises of ever having access to this again. But that doesn't mean that you also can't either. But I would say if you leave this now, do not count on being able to come back. But it may be possible.
So what do you want to do, Justin? Do you want to just like wrap it and pick up back here next session, or do you want to like just be done with this?
Well, I mean, if so, if we were to end the session and then it's going to be like a week and there's no guarantee, that would probably change. It's just a
Yeah, it's
weird. It's just a
entirely
weird.
possible. If we leave right now, if you leave the caves, it's entirely possible that next week we pick up with you guys wandered through the caves and found your way out.
I mean, if it's if we're not going to be able to get here again, then I would say then go with Jinx's idea and maybe try and get the guy out. It just seems like a weird kind of forced choice.
Oh, I mean, you broke into a prison. I don't know why you would count on being able to come back here.
No, it's more like just because it's near the end of the session and we have to, like I feel like this is a good stopping point, but like I'm not sure what
Oh,
we'll be
if
able
you
to
guys
pick up.
bust him out, I guarantee you we're picking up with this next week. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we also can't include Gale with ease.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, no, I'm not saying that.
Well, Justin, if you're not sure if you want to end this arc, then let's just pick up here next week, and then we have all week to think about it. Versus just saying like, all right, we're just gonna leave right now and be done with it, and hand wave that, and then we don't ever even have potential access.
Yeah, no, that would be my preference. It sounded like maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, Marla. It sounded like that might, that wasn't an option.
It may be an option. We'll see. It just kind of depends. There's definitely the weird level of we should try to finish like the duo games to keep continuity. But yeah, if you guys want to stop it here inside, I mean, it's going to cause problems regardless. Because effectively, if you guys want to stop it here, we're going to have Chris having a reason to be escorted down here, and the like actual guards are bringing him in, kind of thing, and he's bumping into you guys. That's part of why I say, yeah, if you guys end it here, you're pretty much done in this place because bringing Chris into the adventure becomes highly problematic. Do you see like the logistic side of pausing it here?
Yeah, yeah. All right. Um, so can we take a 5 minute break and if that's kind
Gotcha.
of those are
Sounds good.
if those are the choices, then I would say let's see if we can kind of get him out then.
Yeah, logistics wise, getting to a point where we can introduce Chris non problematically is a huge thing about ending the session.
Yeah. And maybe, maybe if we knock him out, that'll kind of fight then maybe that's enough to suppress whatever weird magic is coming off of him.
Yeah, well, I don't have specific time constraints. So if you want to take 5 minutes, mull it over, and then potentially, you know, alter course, that's fine. Or at least discuss what we want to do. I'm good with that. I don't think we need to make a like snap decision if nobody's in like a super hurry or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to just leave this session as we we head back out. Because my thought, so Dalton's reason for not wanting to kind of break him out immediately was more to try and see if we could gather more information. But then, um, if it's like kind of likely that once we leave we can't come back, then that I think changes the calculus. So it's more likely that Dalton would kind of accede to what Jinx was thinking, and maybe we, try and use the plan he had thought up and try to get this guy, smuggle this guy out of here.
Gotcha. Yeah, this guy is like thrown in prison to be forgotten kind of thing. Is definitely a sense that you guys should have. It's definitely Sean Connery in The Rock.
Yeah, and whatever kind of weird powers he has is probably better. At least probably better that he's with us than if he kind of falls into the hands of somebody who's going to use him.
I
So
mean,
yeah,
it's not like you guys are supposed to be the cause of the destruction of all things or anything.
not quite intentionally.
Stop. I mean, come on. It's not like we're like unleashing hydras in the city or anything. We're not. We didn't command a barbarian horde to destroy Tolus. We're not. We're not the sole cause. We're not the sole.
That's true. I mean, we could sneak him out and send him like to the barbarians, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Just yeah. So just give me 5 minutes, real quick, and then I'm good to keep going for a while too. So
Yeah, yeah. All right. Cool. We'll take 5 minutes. What's up, buddy? So, what do you think of Terry as an NPC?
I like him.
Yeah, he's a beast. He does a ton of damage. He's super tanky, and then he's got that command like special ability.
Yeah. Now he's got the now he's fifth level. He's got that charge ability too.
So how does that work? Do you get both of them when he levels up, or does he only get like the highest level one?
Oh no, they have all of them.
So does that mean they could like charge 3 times a day and then also do like the command like 3 times a day or whatever?
Correct. Yep.
So with Neffy's potions, like she has like the regular ones and then like the super ones. She gets like 4 of each per day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how I've got her drawn up.
But I think you said those like
Okay.
those are like actions, right? Like she couldn't pre-make them like at the start of the day. I'm assuming.
I was trying to decide that idea, like of Justin saying, like he just hands out the 4. Um, whether I think it really matters. Um,
Oh, I was literally just going off the way it was worded on the write up. So you just tell us how you want us to do it.
yeah, because it's just a weird thing, like where she's actually the artificer. It would almost make sense that hers could last, versus like these are set up. I would normally say as spellcasters, but again, it's a interesting twist on making it the artificer. Um, I don't know if I really have a decision on how it goes, so I was perfectly okay with today. It was basically that you guys were holding them.
Okay, but maybe they're like they're limited potency, or like so obviously can't stockpile them. Like they use them or lose them. But yeah,
Oh,
okay.
definitely not that they would last like 2 days. Yeah, 100%. They are good for the day that they take up that slot. Um, I've actually been working on kind of trying to create a crafting system to give you guys access to like making potions for during your downtime to make like an interesting crafting system.
Is
And
it true
Well,
that if you don't use it, you lose it?
is that a
you do
40-year-old
indeed.
virgin movie reference?
Yes,
um,
100% 40-year-old virgin reference.
that part of why I'm keen to say that you guys can use these as like you just make them and hand them out is because there's a solid risk that if you want it to heal, like that it's going to do something else. It has reasons that taking it right now would be a huge waste. Taking it when you need it might not be what you want. That I feel like that's really cool to just have them holding on to and like hope you get the right thing at the right time.
Oh yeah, I love the random aspect of it. That's what makes them so great.
All right. So if we're gonna try and break him out, Shanks, do we want to try and sneak him past the beholder, or do we want to try and flee into the caves with him?
Oh, I mean, here's the thing. We could go into the caves, but we don't know how to get out. So I have no idea where the caves are going to lead to. But that's a perfectly viable option.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's I was thinking that too. Like we don't know if there's even a way out or like how far they go on, and we didn't come with like at least Dalton didn't come with a whole bunch of food and water. So at least if we can get him past Madoff, then we know the way back out.
Yeah, I feel like for us, basically, this is either going to be an amazing plan that goes like butter, or it's going to go absolutely horribly and we're going to fight this thing. But I feel like that's pretty much what we're looking at.
Yeah. So maybe we try and get use the plan that you came up with before. So essentially, try to distract the beholder and sneak an invisible. Right, you were going to turn one of the turn. We have to, I guess, make him quiet first because obviously the maniacal laughing is going to give him away.
So I think we bonk him unconscious. Then I cast invisibility and I twin spell it on him and on myself. Then I think you go out there and distract the beholder talking to him while I try to sneak out and stop him from looking at me. Because obviously, if he even just looks in my direction, it would dispel the invisibility and he would see us in instant combat. So something along those lines, maybe we get a little fueled up ahead of time, drop some bardic inspiration on each other, try to like pre-buff so we give us ourselves the best chance.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
I'm torn between the idea of barking orders at you and telling you that I'm stronger than you.
I mean, Terry, I don't think you should have to compromise. Why not both?
Yeah, if I carry him, then I'm doing the work, and I prefer to just tell you to do it right.
But the problem is, if I make him invisible and then you carry him not invisible, there's twice the chance of us getting spotted.
So I'm not good enough to be invisible?
And no, I can make you invisible anytime you want to be invisible. That's no problem. The problem is that we then have two things for him to potentially look at and notice that we're up to something. So we have to condense the targets, try to draw its attention in one direction, and then sneak around that giant eyeball from the back.
Might also look a bit funny if you're carrying something invisible.
And I have you to roll intelligence rolls.
16.
I've a two, a natural two.
You saw Neferndale using an item of interesting qualities the last time you guys were talking with her. Either of you guys think about what Neferndale was doing last time?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the like makeshift bag of holding?
Neferndale has a bag of holding.
Oh,
So I definitely don't know enough about that situation in real life or game terms. If one, physically we could like knock him out and fit him in the bag of holding, or two, if like you can put living creatures in there and what happens to them.
I have to assume there's a limited amount of air supply in there, but yeah, I don't think Dalton would have any idea about exactly how that works either, or what might happen if if he's in the bag of holding and the beholder looks at at the bag, like what would happen then.
Yeah, I honestly have no clue. I mean, it's definitely a game choice. Like, is the bag physical like opening, like a limiting metric?
Feel like it zips to it's like something like 2 meters, maybe 2 feet, but it's pretty large as far as things go.
Okay, so like the opening is big enough that we could stuff someone or someone. Let's be real here. Let's just lay it out what we're talking about doing here. Talking about putting a living human inside of this bag, and we don't know what's gonna happen. And you know what? I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it it could work.
So, what that role is to think of is whether Dalton has a reason to recall the bag of holding. Simply that Neferndel was basically, moving stuff that was bigger than this object in and out of the, tiny little bag on her waist. So, do you have any thoughts on how you're going to like ask that question, or do you guys want to just kind of move forward with it? Because I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely one of the things where nobody has any idea what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I guess Dalton would. So if yeah, so recalling kind of the bag that Neferndel had used, I guess he'll just ask her like he'll look back towards the door, and then look towards Neferndel, and then look to the bag, point to the bag, and you think he'd like just how deep does your bag go? Do you think he'd fit?
Uh, it's yeah, it's pretty big. It's about like a 2 by 4, like 2 feet deep, 4 feet deep. It's really big. There's a lot of space.
Should probably get him quiet before we stuff him in there, and probably don't want to keep him in there any longer than we have to, but might give us a chance of getting out undetected.
When you look over, Jinx is over by the crazy guy, and he's got his boomerang in his hand, coming up next to him, and
I,
he's saying, "Oh, go ahead, what?"
oh, I mean, that'll work, I'm sure, but I could just try and put him to sleep. Oh, that only lasts. That won't last quite. That won't give us much time. No, I suppose a bonk on the head's probably what we're left with.
Us little crazy, don't say a word. Jinxie's gonna bonk you for your own fucking good. And I'm gonna hit him with the boomerang.
Gotcha. So you can bonk him and you can knock him out. Yeah.
Keep forgetting sleep's only a minute.
Yeah. Oh, as soon as you said that, I was like, okay, because I was like, that is actually a way better plan.
You put him to sleep and then like attack him much easier. But yeah, in the long run, the sleep's just to make it like easier on him to get knocked out.
Nope, it's too late. I already bonked him.
Yeah, definitely clear that Jinx was like predatorily like sneaking up on him, just waiting for the extra chance for a bonking. Um, yeah, so it's a 2 foot diameter at the entrance of this. So it really is a lot like just dropping like probably like a small child into like a big 55-gallon garbage can. I don't know how to like describe this other than like when it comes time to drop this guy's body inside of here, you are just ragdolling him in to this big like opening. And it's the like moments before a migraine levels of like your head swirling as you look and are clearly looking at a pocket that is the size of, say, like the pocket in your jeans, a few 3 or 4 inches like length, but you're seeing like the space is like moving and it's going to that like 4 foot wide diameter. Um, Oh no, that is 2 foot diameter, so it's smaller. My apologies. But you're just like watching as this body goes in, and it just like messes with your head to look directly at. But you just see as like kind of move the arm in, and the arm just kind of disappears into this little warped space, and push like the head the next shoulder in, and you just go to like move their like legs in, and they very quickly kind of like fall, and there's almost a moment of you have to like catch their legs, and you hear like the faintest little like crack of like knuckles hitting like some sort of like space on the other side. And you guys can push this body into a bag of holding. So am I on the distracting or the sneaking team? Are you making the two of us invisible now?
I mean, realistically, it's gonna look suspect if we don't all walk out of here together. I mean,
So we just
Well, I can still try and distract him if you want to walk past, try to avoid that eye. Like I said, not exactly sure what might happen if it were to hit the bag.
I got a feeling there's no way that thing is gonna let us walk through there without taking a good look at each and every one of us. So if we want to try to stop it from looking at the bag, I think we might have to try the sneak plan. But again, it's going to look suspect, not all four of us walking out of here together.
roll an insight, please, both of you.
8.
14.
I think there's a solid sense that you were scanned, like on the way through, like that you would feel like those moments, but you could like almost in recollection recognize that even while you like passed, there was probably just almost like one little kind of like look at you without magic. It wasn't constant. So Jinx, you have like some level of recalling that like this thing wasn't always just like making you cut off from magic. It was almost like something that you felt start and you felt stop.
So we try to keep our words to a minimum, short and sweet. We just walk right out of here, all four of us.
Uh, yeah, just nothing to see here. Just returning to our rounds, right?
Try to maybe stay spread out, get Neffy in and out of there as quickly as possible. So while we stop and talk, you just kind of keep walking. Just stay inconspicuous and keep moving.
All right, so Nephrindel and myself are walking right out. You guys are sacrificing yourselves so we can make it.
I was kind of thinking we'd all just walk out. Came in together, believed together.
Oh, I thought the distraction was a good idea. Maybe that's why you're pulling it back, and I can just let you know. You should have stuck with the distraction. That's
Sure, I mean, being a little loose with the word sacrifice, but we are putting our asses on the line for you, and we would expect you to remember that. But yeah, I mean,
sorry.
that's a little,
That's leadership, for staying behind and talking to the crazy beast while we keep on going.
I think so. I'll lead from the front, right? That's what they say. And I'll give him a little wink there. And okay, so if we're kind of spread out, hopefully, if it does hit us with its special little anti magic ray, and that's going to be a problem, hopefully there's like less of a chance, because it would have to like kind of pick who it's looking at, as opposed to all
Gotcha.
of us going out together.
So on some level, part of what I was getting at is I feel like actively talking to it, like if you had two people walk on each side of it, actively talking to it is a solid way of distracting it and having it like looking one direction. And that's kind of what I was taken by um Dalton saying, like, let's try to distract it. Like walk out together, but like have two of you holding a conversation so it's looking over like to the left kind of thing. Is that what you guys were thinking? And like then basically that would mean Terry and Neff are just gonna keep walking regardless. They're gonna keep going.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. I think that's a good idea.
Gotcha. So when you guys go to head out, you can form up in that same way and just kind of split up as you kind of like get into the room to like kind of break almost like, maybe you're 20 feet between you guys, but you like walk around the outside of where this like orb kind of like levitates in the air. And you just kind of like start walking again. Like initially, you're going to find he's kind of like just resting himself. It's still a dark room. You kind of like walk in, and after the first few like moments of being in there, you recognize that pretty quickly there's always a eye that is awake, and this eye is just the one watching. Eventually it spots you guys walking in not too long afterwards. You see as it then kind of like turns on kind of like a light sort of glow, so you're now like walking in like the dim light, and eventually like the actual like large eye kind of like opens up, and you kind of initially see it, and um yeah, are you able to find special isolation?
Uh, we were, thanks to your directions. And I don't mean to speak out of turn, but when I just say I've been to a few of these types of places before, and uh, very impressed.
A very unique conditions of the most dangerous and important creatures to be held tolerance.
Yes, indeed, indeed. It's I'd hate to imagine what might happen, or you not to keep such a secure place.
Impressive operation is all we were getting at down here. I think is what my friend was referring to. And I don't know if we said it before or not, but I'm giving you bardic inspiration so you have it just in case.
Oh yeah, I think like back in the yeah when we were kind of coming up with this plan, I think the idea was to so
Each
Dalton
of
would
you
have given
expended
yeah
it on the other.
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Security is well formed in many layers. So let me have you each roll. Want to say could go persuasion, performance, or insight. Those are the three options that'll give you different information. What you guys like to do?
I think Dalton is going to go performance, just because he's kind of like kind of part of what he's saying is he's obviously not been in a bunch of these types of places before, so he's kind of putting on a performance as kind of like acting. So I'll go with that.
I did persuasion, and mine is a total of 21.
I'm going to use my bardic inspiration there. That is going to be a 15 total.
Gotcha. So I think that's pretty solid for you guys to basically like walk across this like void that you kind of like gather this creature is guarding. And you just kind of like hold Madoff in enough of a conversation that like between kind of like watching almost the like distracting kind of like hand movements and kind of like big grandiose like kind of actions of Dalton kind of like playing this soldier, kind of like a man of importance to this little like security system that's kind of built here, and Jinx kind of like demanding different like answers to like questions of these layers of the system that they kind of have in place. You guys seem to keep his focus over towards you. He escorts you across this room. You see his Neff and Terry are able to walk down into the corridor and are, 5 or 10 feet away by the time you guys are even like bringing the attention that's even just like generally towards that. How long do you guys kind of go to hold him in this final movement as you've seen they've made it to the hall?
I think Dalton will probably try to keep it up for another maybe like 30 seconds or so, and then kind of eventually would want to say something like, "No, I don't want to. I'm sure we've taken up enough of your time, and should be on our way." And but he'll try to kind of yeah, probably another like half minute.
Yeah, I feel like we're both trying to like outbard each other when we're trying to like get the other one to say less, but like then we just keep talking. So we like keep trying to rap for each other.
Gotcha. I feel this is a solid chance then to just do charismas with your proficiency dice. Effectively any of your, what is it, like deception works, but
So it'll be a 20 for me.
Mine is also a dirty 20.
Wait a second. What did Dalton? What did you roll though?
Oh,
Is
actually, this
does
will be
yours
a
include your
24.
charisma as well? Yeah.
24,
Okay.
sorry, with the charisma. Yeah.
When I was thinking about it, I was like, "Ooh, I feel like I was implying that it's charisma and proficiency, but I don't know if I said charisma." Um, yeah, so you guys like kick it there for a few moments as you're just basically, like driving this kind of like questions and like song and dance about the security of this place, kind of like building up his like ego a little bit, as this asylum is named after him. But yeah, you guys basically like engage him in conversation, and this is nothing like what you understand beholders are meant to be. You basically have like a good experience of chatting with this altogether completely normal kind of person who seems to spend their entire day 24/7 in the dark, hundreds of feet underneath the city, in this small, like 50-foot by 50-foot dome. There's something incredibly freaky about this conversation, and the fact of how easy this kind of moves along. You just kind of pass right back on through.
Yeah, definitely need a bit of cognitive dissonance there.
That should never be what you expect out of a beholder.
I mean, I can't lie. It just completely caught me off guard there. I was just waiting for that to go all wrong, but pretty nice fella. But thing.
Actually, honestly, it should be recalled that there's pretty much no two beholders that should be expected of what you get out of any given beholder. Absolutely insane beholders is definitely the like quintessential beholder.
I have never encountered one before, so that was definitely a first for me and was not what I expected.
You fought a zombie beholder before.
Oh yeah, we did fight a zombie one, but I don't know. I feel like a zombie one's not nearly as powerful.
I'm pretty sure they only have 4 or 6 eye stalks, but I don't think it was a terribly difficult opponent at the time. Like beholders, it's definitely a different thing. I'm almost positive the much bigger beholder is much more powerful. But yeah, you guys kind of like move on through. You have access to that back door. Are you just stepping out onto the city? What is the plan? Are you guys diverting from the quickest way out? Are you
I
Uh,
would say, oh, go ahead, Jinx.
oh, so we still do have potential for invisibility, so that is an option.
Uh,
My bad. I was going to ask you what you were going to say.
oh, yeah, no, I was saying, so in terms of leaving, I would say once we're kind of past the beholder, we kind of just like, continue on. Um, but essentially, yeah, kind of go back the way we had come. But if you want to, it might make sense to go invisible, like as we're gonna, if we assuming we reach the hatch again, um, head back up those stairs cases, and then kind of as we emerge back onto the street, maybe turn invisible. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, if we were trying to stop two people from being like seen, we could do it for any two.
gotcha? But pull. Who's going invisible?
I'm not really sure. I don't know really if it matters that much if there's four of us, if only two of us get spotted, if we're like all together. But I mean, I would assume make the two of us invisible.
Yeah, either that or I was thinking maybe you and Jinx and Neferndel. But yeah, no, if you want to make Jinx and Dalton, that works too. Who are probably the stealthiest of them if we wanted to, if we had to try to, uh, get away while we're invisible or try to like kind of keep up with them without being detected.
You're saying make the NPCs invisible and then have the two of us do stealth checks? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I was saying like because we are also probably a little bit stealthy, it might make more sense to turn us invisible. Like, because if you turn Terry invisible, he's still clanking around in that plate armor.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Gotcha. So moving out onto the like original common room where you guys entered, using the kind of like jumble of his name to like say what was it Damnos or Dothman, yeah, to like open up the door. You guys are heading out onto the street, and that's where you're going invisible, like in the alleyway.
Yeah, right before we pop out in the alleyway, we'll all make us invisible, and I think it's good for 1 hour.
And I think maybe it would make sense then for Jinx or Dalton to be the one to go up first out of the hatch just to kind of like scan around, make sure we're not, hopefully, there's not anybody waiting for us out there before Neferndel and Terry come back up.
Gotcha. Roll a perception check.
Uh,
Pop up looking into this alleyway. You're kind of like looking around, like everything's calm and chill here. You might see one or two people like on the streets, but like even that where they're situated, like these are people who were like having conversations in another direction, and you can only see like parts of their back, kind of thing. There's nobody who's remotely looking down this alleyway.
gotcha. So Dalton will kind of like whisper down, like, all right, looks clear. And then forgetting he's invisible, he'll go to try to like stand in front of the, like in front of the hatch to kind of like block the view. But again, forgetting for a moment that he is invisible. And then he realizes it and uh, just kind of stops doing that.
Um, Yeah, so like right before you guys leave, if that's when you're going invisible, is right before you guys like step back out onto the street. Nefrendel's gonna have to butt in here and just, look, it's all right to leave him in here for a lot of reasons, and we might go forward with that. He might be just as good dead as alive, but I'm pretty sure with what I know about what's going on here in this bag. He's suffocating right now, so we either take him out or we leave him in there, but there's not all the air ever inside of here.
Suppose we should get him out then.
Oh yeah, that was kind of the plan too. We sort of deviated. Way to keep us on track there, Neffy. Get him out before he dies unintentionally. We should at least make that decision consciously as a group, I think. Okay, so maybe I'll make him invisible as one of the two people, and then whoever's going to carry him, I will also make invisible.
So Neffy just kind of like reaches into the bag after a moment. You see, like, as she like reaches just her like kind of wrist in there, and then after a moment, she's like lifting this guy up by the collar, just by like the back of her neck. She never like reached in far, but she just kind of like reaches in for a moment, pulls out his head. It's like his shoulders kind of stuck for a moment, but eventually like shimmies his shoulders out, and she kind of like starts to eventually drag like enough of his body out that you see that she's not like struggling as much. But she does it with potentially less effort than your bards would require. Especially Jinx. Jinx, she makes it look way too easy for you. But eventually she's got this body back out. So who's gonna carry him?
I mean, and Jinx is gonna just like snap his neck and look at Terry. Terry, you were wanting to go invisible, weren't you? Just a minute ago, you were in the opportunity.
Might be might be better if I tried to do that. Terry, you're good at a lot of things, but that armor's not exactly quiet.
Well, that's some bullshit, because if you're invisible, I can't see everything you're doing wrong to help you.
Use your imagination. I'm sure you'll think of a few things. Tell me about them when we're back home.
That's an invitation to help you. I'd be happy to do the help action and get you advantage on this test that you already had advantage on.
So just to make sure that I'm picturing this correctly in my head, because I want to just fully flesh this out. So it is going to be the unconscious old man carried by Terry, carried by Dalton, and I'm making Terry and the unconscious man invisible. And is that correct?
Dalton wasn't planning to carry Terry. He's planning to carry the man and then make those two, make Dalton and the old man invisible. He's just thinking because like if we could make Terry invisible, but then people are going to be like, "What's that heavy clanking sound that's following them?"
Sorry, Terry. I think you're very likable. It's strange that you and Dalton just haven't clicked, but maybe in time. So I'll make you invisible next.
To be honest, I started working most with Seraph, and it worked out that the two of us actually cared about not getting hurt and wore some fucking armor when we went outside.
I mean, we're wearing armor, Terry. This is hard leather. It's very strong.
And I'm sure you also consider those weapons that you're carrying. But let's be honest, you're not.
It is very true.
No, Terry like throws his sword over his shoulder. Kind of like looks back. Wait, did Terry actually get voted? No, Dalton voted him out. Throws his sword over his shoulder, and he's carrying like he looks like a like Final Fantasy character, like this tiny little goblin rocking out a great sword that is like four times the size of his body. So he throws his sword over his shoulder, and he's just kind of like walks away as if he doesn't care. You can tell Terry wants to be invisible, but didn't want to carry this dude, so he doesn't know whether to be happy or sad at this point. But yeah, guys can, call him up on Dalton, turn the two of them invisible. Heading back to the Goblin safe house, most direct route possible. Do we have deviations or another destination in mind?
I think probably try and take a direct route back to the Goblin House if we can.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. And then we can kind of go from there, bring him back, knock him unconscious as necessary, and then somehow figure out if there's like a anti magic collar or something that we can use. Maybe talk to the church, see if they can do something with him. Kind of go from there.
Yeah, we could try to like isolate him like either downstairs, until we figure out what we're dealing with. But I think first step is to get him back to the Goblin House as quickly as possible if we can. Maybe Gail will have some idea about what to
Gotcha.
do.
So let me have each of you roll. And I think this is just a D2. We're looking for odd or even here. Yeah, any die. Just let me see what you roll.
Being odd for me.
You're not waiting on me, are you?
Roll a die. Odd or even is all you're doing, so it doesn't matter what you roll.
My bad. I thought you just wanted one of us. My bad. So even for mine. Oh, never mind. Odd for mine. That's a
Wait, that
9.
was the
It looked like a 6 when I first glanced at it too. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like an up down down 6 until I looked back at it and realized I'm an idiot.
all right. So you guys are now like on Child's Eye Street again, and you kind of know like you're basically looking to get to Center Street as quick as possible. Center Street's going to shoot you up pretty quickly to where you can get to Midtown, and you can cut almost directly through Midtown Temple District and into the North Market, where you guys have your house. It's about like a 35-minute walk. You guys are going to notice quite quickly the first time you are getting to the end of this alleyway, all of a sudden, a person in front of you um, is going to start emitting sparks. Their entire body just lights up and they are just raining down sparks to the ground. And this person doesn't like shriek in pain. They jump in like they're frightened. And this reaction kind of like goes on for a moment before they like fall over, like from a heart attack. They just like collapse. Their flesh is still kind of like emanating these sparks just raining off of them. And after a few moments, this person's gonna like stop breathing, and you see as their body just kind of like goes limp and dead, the sparks stop. That is the first person you guys walk next to.
I was afraid of something like this. Well, this isn't going to work.
Open the bag up. Back in the bag. Back in the bag.
We could try and go underground, avoid people, try and get back up North Market that way.
But just do like 15 minutes in the bag and then pull them out and then, right? I mean, how long? Oh, maybe not. 15 might be too long. I don't know if this is going to work.
And we certainly can't pass through any sort of crowds with down we'll glance towards the guy, and I've already killed one person.
So how far away from, I mean, man, if we even go back to the Goblin House, that like puts everybody in danger of potentially just randomly dying, including us.
So moments later, while you guys are like in this alley, you're gonna watch as somebody walks by and they just walk from like left to right. They were just on like the close to the alley side of this street. They walk by closer to you than that person who like caught into sparks was. Just walk by, and you have a solid sense like to remind you like there's some level of like Dalton and Jinx felt something happen to them, and you had some evidence of what happened to Dalton. I think by now you guys are probably after like about an hour. Like you would notice, like Dalton's no longer emitting light. Um, and you have like the two people, Nefrendel, uh, damn it, Terry, and then like that random person. There's people who get affected by this person. There's people who don't get affected by this person. You've seen things that aren't dangerous, and you've seen things that are, dangerous.
And he's still knocked out, right?
Yep, still unconscious.
Yeah, so obviously make putting, the fact that he's unconscious or conscious doesn't make a difference. Do we have any? Can we like guesstimate about how far away the guy who died was when the spark started coming?
I think it's going to be like one of those things. It's approximately that 30-foot mark.
Gotcha. Yes, Dalton's thinking maybe you know, we might need to get underground. Maybe we can get a message to the Goblin House for Gale, and you know, maybe we can travel less populated uh, less populated way, but someone's gonna.
If it's 30 feet, the sewers may not be deep enough. We could try, and it'll probably remove a lot of people like either direction from us. But I think if we're moving into sewer level, a lot of people above us might still get in contact. But the stone might stop that, but it might not.
I mean, let's be real. 15 minutes in the bag. We move as fast as we can through the city, and then, take a little break, and then another 15 minutes in the bag.
We don't even know the bag's gonna stop it.
We could probably get a carriage in the city center, the center of South Market. There's We could probably get a carriage, even maybe on Center Street, and get a ride back pretty quickly. 15 minutes gives us a lot of time, but we don't really know who it might or might not affect when he's in the bag. That would get us the quickest. And
I mean, I think the options are throw them in the bag, do the best we can, and if it's affecting too many people, the only real choice is to just end them.
we could stash him, go down into the sewers or into the Bane Warrens and tie him up, come back tonight or with a plan.
Well, if we can lay low, if we can get down into the Bane Horns, that might be deep enough. Or at the very least, we can lay low for a bit until you know maybe the middle of the night. Fewer people about.
It's too
So
powerful to just be left alone like that. He could, we don't know what he's capable of consciously, let alone subconsciously. Only reason he was even kept was because of the anti magic, I'm sure.
so we split up and we watch him. We go for help. So it never takes long to find an entrance into the underground. The sewers are usually your then entrance into the Bane Warrens from there. So that's kind of like the path ahead of you guys at this point here. Does it sound good to you guys though that we call it here and we pick up with that'll be like the idea of like sending your sidekicks to call on Gale and figuring out, what kind of help or assistance you guys want on making a venture kind of from the South Market with this person. Um, does that sound pretty legit there?
That sounds good to me. Yeah. Uh,
Oh yeah, good for me.
Right, sounds good. I feel like some of the things to consider is like, are you going to go into the next part with sidekicks? So it's like the six of you, for all of you guys to decide. But yeah, I feel like maybe leaving the bag of holding behind. Neferndel and Terry can head off and go after the rest of your crew with instructions on who to bring back to help you guys escort uh Tarvin. Right, no, Perrin Kith, Tavin Zith, Cross Tollus.
yeah, I feel like the fewer the better. So I don't know if we want to have any other sidekicks potentially. And obviously have Neferndel and Terry warn Gale. Don't be something might happen when you get here. But and we could also, I mean, the priest, right, the one who took the bowl off our hands. Maybe we could, once Gale gets here, maybe we could discuss maybe sending someone off to get some advice from him. Maybe he knows how to deal with this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you guys could send Terry after one, Neferndel after the other. So if that's kind of what you would be limited to, time wise, I mean, you're certainly welcome to stretch things out there, but it's definitely where you're going to pay like a hefty time cost to like start like sending messages back and forth to you guys. But I definitely think it's viable, like at least for the first two people, you can kind of consider like that's who Neferndel or Terry can encounter. But yeah,
Yeah, so I
Brother
think
Ambersov is a solid resource also for the like Guildsman district. Just as much as you guys also have um the one in Midtown.
yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we send Terry back to the Goblin House to get Gale, and we send Neferndel to try and get in touch with Brother Ambersov.
Excellent.